Welcome everyone to tonight's meeting. The City of Port Phillip respectfully acknowledges the Yalukit clan of the Bunwurrung. We pay our respects to their elders, both past and present. We acknowledge and uphold their continuing relationship to this land. So, councillors, I will just remind you that the microphones are on at all times, so be careful, including myself. Everyone, we are in a meeting tonight in a hybrid style, with councillors, officers and members of the public in the Town Hall, albeit under strict conditions. And some officers and members of the community will continue to participate virtually via the WebEx platform. The meeting is being streamed via Council's webcast page and Facebook Live. Streams and recordings of council meetings are copyrighted and cannot be altered, reproduced or republished without the permission of council. If we experience any technical difficulties this evening, we will adjourn the meeting for a short time to resolve the issue. So before we enter the formal agenda, I wish to advise the meeting of the inclusion on tonight's agenda of a notice of motion from the last council meeting. Report 15.1, being a notice of motion for Rainbow Local Government, raised by Councillor Catherine Copsey, has also been included from the ordinary meeting of Council on the 7th of April 2021. At the 7th of April meeting, the motion was declared defeated in a vote taken under division, but legal advice has been provided to Council that identifies an error in the governance rules that at the time disallowed the Mayor from exercising a casting vote. So consequently, the vote on this matter was procedurally invalid. Therefore, this matter has been brought back to Council by the CEO in accord with the independent legal advice received. And the motion that was moved on the meeting of 7th of April 2021 is listed on the agenda for reconsideration by Council. The unconfirmed minutes of the 7th of April meeting have been amended to reflect the legal advice received, and though the confirmation of the minutes at tonight's meeting, and through the confirmation, the formal public record will identify the vote as invalid. So prior to the consideration of item 15.1, I will provide further advice to Council on the processes for the debate of the motion. So councillors, item number 1 on the agenda, apologies. We obviously don't have any apologies tonight, so we'll move on to item 2, which is the minutes of the previous meetings. So the minutes of the meeting of the 7th of April have been circulated. An officer's alternative recommendation is being provided. Are we going to get that up on the screen, or should I just read it out? No, that's it. So this will state, this is the amendment to page 12. Included at the end of the motion, the words, "The vote on this motion has been determined procedurally invalid under the Local Government Act 2020, and this motion has been listed for reconsideration on the agenda for the Council meeting on the 21st of April 2021. And then a link. So, councillors, are there any questions regarding these minutes? Councillor Pearl.
Just wondering if officers or the CEO could give some background to what happened in terms of the motion being invalid under the Local Government Act. Just for clarity, given most people won't understand what's happening here.
Kylie Bennett.
Through you, Mayor, at the last council meeting...
Ms Bennett, could you put the microphone closer to your mouth? I'm having trouble hearing. Thank you.
Through you, Mayor, is that better?
That's much better.
At the last council meeting, Council considered the notice of motion that was put to the vote. There were 8 council members that were present at that meeting. 4 council members voted for the motion, 3 councillors voted against the motion, and 1 councillor chose to abstain. In the council governance rules on the night, the governance rules were applied in accordance with the governance rules, which state that the Mayor didn't have a casting vote. We've since received legal advice and confirmation that the Council's governance rules with respect to that clause are inconsistent with the Local Government Act 2020, and the Local Government Act 2020 prevails over the Council governance rules, and that particular piece of legislation indicates that the Mayor would have a casting vote. So hence the reason for this item being considered to be invalid in terms of the previous meeting, and hence why it's back before the chamber tonight.
Councillors, are there any further questions on the minutes? If not, I have a motion to confirm these minutes. Who would like to move it for me? Councillor Pearl, seconded by Councillor Martin. I will now put the motion. All those in favour? That is carried unanimously. Item number 3 is conflicts of interest and declarations. Does anyone have a conflict of interest in a matter being discussed at tonight's meeting? No, we shall move on to 4, which is public question time and submissions. So we will now hear all our public questions and public comment on report items. All requests to speak were required to be submitted by 4 p.m. this afternoon. Submitters are given the option to attend the meeting in person or join the WebEx meeting virtually. Statements to be read by an officer on behalf of members of the public will be summarised. Now, we do have a very long list of people who wish to speak tonight, which is fantastic, but I will be very strict in limiting yourselves to 2 minutes. Now, I know that some of you have submitted longer speeches. They will be summarised, but I'm just giving everyone a heads up. If you're speaking, when the timer goes off, I will ask you to cease. So just because we need to keep the meeting moving, but also allow time for councillors to make reasonable decisions in a reasonable time frame. So let me call upon, for this first speaker in person tonight is Rhonda Small, speaking to item 8.1, which is the presentation of the CEO report, issue 73. If you could state your name and suburb, and I have someone timing in a moment once you get ready.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, councillors. Rhonda Small, St Kilda.
Sorry, Ms Small, I can't quite hear you. Are we able to turn up the microphone for Ms Small? Could you speak again, Rhonda?
Thank you.
That's much better, thank you.
That's better? Okay, so Rhonda Small, St Kilda. So in relation to the CEO's report, I just have 3 questions relating to the temporary common ground and permanent common ground facilities. The report makes some comment about these 2, and the questions are: does the failed implementation of the temporary common ground facility affect progress with the planned permanent common ground facility in partnership with the state government? Can you give a report on progress to date with planning for that permanent facility in Wellington Street? And thirdly, how much money was actually taken from the housing reserve for the temporary facility, and is there as yet any estimate since writing this report on how much of that amount can be now recouped?
Are we going to respond, Peter, or Tony Keenan?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. In response to those questions, the progress with the permanent common ground is continuing. We've met recently with the Minister for Housing and with the Office for Homes, I think it's called now. There's no firm offer, so we're still waiting for... next step is dependent on funding from the state government, but we're still proceeding, and there's continuation in the proposed budget of allocation of the housing reserves, and that would fund that. The amount spent was reported in an updated CEO's report today of $275,966. I think that answers the questions.
And that's the amount that can be recouped? Sorry.
Well, the request is that all of that be recouped, and officers will be exploring at ways to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Did you want me to ask my other?
Yes, so Rhonda, you are also speaking to item 14.5, which is the Council Plan and Budget, the release for public consultation. So again, you've got 2 minutes.
Thank you again. So my focus tonight is on council support in the draft plan for increasing affordable housing for low-income residents and those at risk of or experiencing homelessness, an area which has always been well supported by our community, and especially now in the recovery phase of the COVID pandemic. Page 56 of the draft plan shows an operational spend on affordable housing and homelessness of around $1.99 million, even though the operational projects listed on page 92 total $160,000 for affordable housing and homelessness, plus another $100,000 on what is labelled a housing strategy. Moreover, for the first time since the establishment of the Port Phillip Housing Trust back in 2005, there appears to be no annual commitment of funding to be made either to the Trust or to the Council's Affordable Housing Reserve as part of our municipality's efforts to increase social and affordable housing. I raise these issues because I just can't get my head around what council action is actually going to be on housing and homelessness, and the supporting text gives very little detail about what projects or actions will happen for the money to be spent. So in order to give considered community feedback about council's plans to increase affordable housing and reduce homelessness in Port Phillip, we need more detail about the proposals before us in this draft plan and budget. So I've got specific questions. What is actually included in the $1.99 million operational spend on affordable housing and homelessness in 21-22, shown on page 56? Would council be able to itemise this spend, please? Why is council ceasing to make an annual financial contribution to its affordable housing reserve or to the Port Phillip Housing Trust in 21-22? What is the housing strategy referred to on page 92? Why is Council's Affordable Housing Reserve shown on pages 94 to 98 as containing $2 million at the end of 21-22 and in every year through to 2031, suggesting no growth and no spend for the next decade?
Thank you very much, Ms Small.
Can I just leave? There are a couple of other questions. Can
No,
I leave
sorry,
those with the officers?
Well, you could... We have those questions, but I don't know if Tony, you're going to reply now? Tony's going to respond now, but I have to cut you off at the 2 minutes. I'm sorry.
I understand.
Through you, Mayor, the 1.99, the rough breakdown, I can provide further really specific details in writing, but 600,000, well, firstly it includes all of the housing and homelessness and related services, not just in our backyard. So the 600,000 is related to wages on costs in those areas, housing and homelessness, and also allocation for management within those. It includes $500,000 to reserve, so we are actually continuing to invest. That's in there. The accounting people can explain that in more detail if you want to know why we treat it in that way. The $2 million in reserve reflects it's a 10-year strategy that reflects the allocations each year to date and any drawdowns that's been made. And that will continue for the life of In Our Backyard unless that's changed. There's $260,000 for habitat, which may be returned. That's in there in case we have to return state government grants. $185,000 roughly in grants to homelessness agencies and $60,000 in project implementation for In Our Backyard. The reference to the housing strategy is nothing to do with affordable housing. That's in the planning area, and that's looking at Lily might be able to provide, but it's not to do with affordable housing. It's the overall housing strategy in planning, which is to do with, I think, accessibility of housing, housing styles, etc., density, etc. The commitment to the renewal of existing social housing sites refers to public housing sites and through advocacy, not direct investment. And no, unless there was, it doesn't include properties held in the Port Phillip Housing Trust, unless there was a specific proposal came forward when we were tendering out any money which included renewal and it delivered additional housing units. But the current In Our Backyard setting, any investment of council funds is to increase housing stock, not to renew, unless it comes forward as part of a proposal that would deliver both. The permanent common ground is reflected via the annual allocation of $500,000 because the contribution of council is $4 million from that reserve. So there's $500,000 this year, as there will be in each year. And Council, since the introduction of an Our Backyard, Council hasn't made any contribution to the Port Phillip Housing Trust directly, and it's not envisaged that they would in the current strategy settings.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I call upon Patrick Donovan speaking to item 13.1, which is the Live Music Action Plan. And Patrick, you're online with us, I believe. Patrick, are you with us? Maybe we'll come back to you if you turn up online. I'll leave it to Rebecca and Liam. I call upon Virginia Dowser speaking to item 13.1, Live Music Action Plan, also online. Virginia, are you with us?
I am here.
Hi, so Virginia, if you could state your name and suburb, and you have 2 minutes to speak.
Of course, it's Virginia Dowser and I'm in St Kilda. I'm a resident of the George and I've lived in the building since Don Levy Fitzpatrick saved it from demolition, so in effect 25 years. At the time I spoke to Don Levy a lot about his dreams for the building, and that is always we've been quartets and cellists, and it was never supposed to be a live music venue. It wasn't soundproofed as such, and at the time in the mid-90s that we thought that Don Levy had kind of saved St Kilda. Over that period of time I have seen it, fly, and I've also seen it die. And I have witnessed everything imaginable out of my window of my home, on the streets as well, but sadly I feel that nothing really compares to the current social fabric of the suburb at the moment. I'm not going to read everything I have presented a letter, but I just over 2 weekends ago advertised Live Music Weekend. We had patrons from the venue downstairs ransacking the entire building. There were 4 quite aggressive males. They climbed over a security barrier on the stairs. They stole nothing, but they caused mayhem and they damaged property, which clearly was their intention. This is a venue that refused to pay for 1 additional security guard to man the residential side of the building, enabling this frequent intrusion of their drunk patrons onto OC property and levels above. I think that it's quite this community that is between the venues and the residents is not a clear one. It's also one that has had in the past
Virginia,
a lot of
you will have to stop speaking. I'm sorry, you've had your 2 minutes.
Sure.
We have your written statement though, so thank you very much. I call upon Lachlan Mackenzie McCarg speaking to item 13.1, Live Music Action Plan.
Hi.
Hi, Lachlan. If you could state your name and suburb, and you've got 2 minutes, please.
Sure. Lachlan Mackenzie McCarg, the co-owner of George Lane in St Kilda and resident St Kilda. So just responding to the recent submission of the Live Music Precinct Action Plan to City of Port Phillip. There is a number of points I'd like to speak to here, but just given the confines of time, I think I'd stick to the most relevant and pertinent issues here for this topic. So as the owner of George Lane, we have made significant measures to put in place to meet all noise restrictions coming from our premise. We've soundproofed significantly the venue and have had 0 complaints in terms of noise emission from fellow tenants and fellow residents. We also we've also made the best measures possible for a live music venue in terms of having security on venue at all times. We've cut off the rear entrance to the venue to ensure that toilets are outside for the patrons to go outside for toilets. We've significantly increased the amenity of the laneway of George Laneway because, as you can imagine, a vacant laneway without any usage of George Lane would be significantly worsened. We've also given work to local artists. Load-in in terms of the artists going into the venue, we have made measures to make sure there's very minimal impact on residents above us, so thereby only loading in from the front of the venue. and effectively acting as traffic cops to make sure that that laneway does not get clogged up. We've also made other measures in place, but in terms of the live music precinct, we would see that that would benefit us as George Lane as we're operating within all permits and allowable license agreements that we have to make the assumption of and the reasonability of fellow residents and fellow traders to be a common sense approach, and to say that if a business such as ours is
sorry about that. I'm going to have to be fair on everyone. So thank you very much. I appreciate your submission. I believe we've got Patrick Donovan online now. So Patrick, if you're with us, you're speaking to the same item 13.1.
Hello, Patrick Donovan from South Melbourne.
Great, you've got 2 minutes, sir.
Thank you. So Port Phillip needs live music precincts. The music-based entertainment industry and nighttime economy are very important for a creative and prosperous St Kilda and Port Phillip. Governments and communities all around the world are embracing the nighttime and creative economies as critical parts of their social and economic well-being with great success. Port Phillip has an opportunity to rebuild its creative and nighttime economy in a way that celebrates its proud history while meeting the new aspirations and needs of the creative industry and residents. A precinct approach can shift the focus from complaints and enforcement to aspiration and clear rules for everyone. Importantly, under a precinct model, the council could move the measurement point from the nearest apartment to actually just outside the venue. So the venue can actually prove its compliance by keeping under those levels, and enforcement officers won't have to spend the night running around measuring from various balconies. Importantly for the residents, they should not be concerned about extra noise because precincts will not allow a council to set higher levels than the current laws. They can only change where the noise is actually measured from. A precinct can help St Kilda reclaim its status as Australia's premier live music suburb. It'll establish ground rules that better enable music venues, residents and businesses to coexist in a mixed-use community. And it is a mixed-use community, we can't forget that. Adopting the live music plan with the precinct model will start the process of building the foundations for a much stronger nighttime economy with clear rules around where the high-activity areas will be located. It'll enable the council to develop fit-for-purpose solutions addressing the important local issues. Through the consultation process, the council will be able to listen, better understand the needs and concerns of all stakeholders and accommodate those that are a priority for the council. I've just been to Brisbane, which has used a precinct approach since 2006 with great success.
Sorry, Patrick, I will have to wrap you up. Thank you very much, sir. I call upon Graham Chant, speaking to item 13.1, Live Music Action Plan. Are you here? Oh, great. Graham, if you could state your name and suburb in 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Graham Chant. I've lived in St Kilda for 25 years. I'm currently the chair of the Owners Corporation Committee at the George Apartments. The first point I want to make is I strongly believe that few of the residents in St Kilda are aware of the impending music plan, live action music plan. I found out accidentally, and once I've started talking to people in our apartments and other apartments, I discover almost no one has any idea of what's going on. Further, once we explain the plan to them, most of them feel quite uneasy about the whole plan, or I should say they have serious misgivings. I understand that the council has conducted what they've called a survey, but speaking as an ex-market researcher and a senior member of the Research Society, the survey is abysmal. It's got 61 respondents. Almost certainly it's not a random sample. Of the 61 respondents, only about half of them are residents. Further, I think it's quite important to realise that unless the council has a clear understanding of residents' likely attitudes toward the music plan, you could have real problems down the track. And I'd strongly recommend that the council think seriously about employing a legitimate market research agency to do a worthwhile survey so you really do know what's going on. The second major point I want to make, notwithstanding the comments that were made earlier, the people we've talked to, and even before this all occurred, are very unhappy about the noise levels that they currently experience. The noise that comes from places like the 5th Province, the St Kilda Bowling Club, Freddie Wimpole's, Misery Guts and so forth is so loud that most people complain greatly. They have the strong view that the noise levels need to be reduced. And the final point associated with that, notwithstanding what the gentleman said earlier, it doesn't explain why the police has had to be called to the George.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I call upon Robert Davis speaking to item 13.1, the Live Music Action Plan. Is Robert here? No? Well, then I'll call upon online, Catherine Mappison speaking to item 14.5, which is the Draft Council Plan 2021-31 and the Budget for 2021-22, and this is the release for public consultation. Catherine, are you there?
Through you, Mayor, Kat is unable to attend online, so I'll read a statement on her behalf.
Great.
And the submission reads, last week, Council made a terrific submission to the State Government Legislative Committee on the impacts of COVID-19 on the tourism industry, and I commend you on that. It is great to see tourism has been included in the draft budget, as it has not been included for some years. I am concerned, however, that there is now no budget allocated to the visitor economy or tourism. The Business Advisory Group was formed last year to assist traders that have been hit hard by the pandemic to improve the local economy and create jobs. The group has provided feedback to Council about the support they believe is needed, and the budget ignores these recommendations and does not provide adequate funding for initiatives that are key to the improving recovery post-COVID in COP. The operational budget for economic development and tourism is planned to be more than halved. Does this mean that Council doesn't wish to prioritise economic growth? There was overwhelming support from the group for destination management and marketing and business retention and attraction. No funds have been budgeted for business support, the visitor economy tourism and the business retention and attraction strategy. The budget for reactivation of public space was $450,000 last financial year, and this financial year has been decreased to $290,000. Beautification of high streets was also a priority of the group. Only one high street has been allocated budget, $75,000 to renew Fitzroy Street, and all other high streets have been left out. Council has declared an economic emergency, yet this is not reflected within the budget. I ask you do more to help the tourism industry and traders, as these businesses are important drivers to increase employment opportunities and assist recovery in the months and years to come.
Thank you. I call upon Jennifer Stone speaking to item 14.5, which is the Draft Council Plan and Budget. Jennifer, are you online with us?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes. If you could state your name and suburb, and then you've got 2 minutes to speak.
Okay, my name's Jennifer Stone. I live in West St Kilda. My questions tonight are an attempt to better understand Council's intentions with regard to borrowings for the 10-year cycle of financial planning and forecasting. The documentation emphasises that borrowings are an appropriate strategic lever and appropriate property acquisitions, large capital works, or operating projects that provide intergenerational community benefit. Given the documents also recognise the backlog of property upgrades, as well as identifying delayed key infrastructure projects such as the redevelopment of the St Kilda Library, plus the historic all-time low interest rates and Council's capacity to borrow $80 million, I'm really keen to understand why there isn't a single project identified for borrowings, nor a budget line item for new borrowings identified in the Council plan. Given the plan is going out for consultation, I'm asking if additional information will be provided about appropriate and sensible plans for borrowings and financial modelling implications. Thank you.
Thank you. I call upon Lena De Petro, speaking to item 14.5, which is the draft council plan and budget. Lena, are you online?
I am, but that's not what I'm talking to.
Oh, is it the wrong one? What item are you speaking to?
I'm not speaking to any item.
Oh, it's just a public question time? Okay, great. If you could state your name and suburb, and then you've got 2 minutes.
Lena De Petro, St Kilda. I'm a resident and ratepayer living in Tennyson Street, St Kilda. I've been living in fear for the last 5+ years at the hands of the poorly managed Housing First property tenants that are housed next door. The only relief I've had in the last year has been whilst the site has been redeveloped, but now the construction is almost finished, my anxiety levels are rising as I prepare myself mentally and prepare my property and belongings physically for the tenant's return. As a result of living next door, I'm a victim of violent home invasion, where my neighbour, who wasn't supposed to be living there, held a machete at my throat in my living room. They have robbed me, my neighbours countless times, constantly breaking into our homes, cars, basements, car park and mailboxes. They sleep in our garden and are abusive and violent when we try to move them on. They solicit themselves sexually out the front of my property and they deal drugs from the premises, and it attracts all kinds of dodgy characters hanging out the front of my property and carrying on and screaming at each other and attacking anyone who happens to walk by. I've been followed countless times too. The tenants have also thrown rocks at our windows and actually damaged mine. I've raised this directly with Housing First, but again my complaints fell on deaf ears with no offers to repair or replace the glass, leaving me out of pocket to fix it myself. The street is so dark at night and it creates the perfect environment for crime, I've been told a number of times by the attending police officers. I've been putting in complaints about improving the lighting to City of Port Phillip councillors and council since 2019, and all my efforts have fallen on deaf ears. I'm so afraid to go out the front of my property at night by myself, and this should not be the case. It's just not fair. Does something really terrible have to happen to get your attention? This is just my street. Ackland Street, Fitzroy Street, Barclay Street, Carlisle Street are all a disgrace, and the same thing's happening there too. This should not be happening. I would love to see the council taking the following actions. 1. Improve lighting on Tennyson Street and around the park. 2. Install CCTV at the park capturing the Housing First property.
Sorry, Lena. That's
3.
Lena, I'm sorry, that's your 2 minutes. We've got your
okay.
The rest of your speech, though, written in front of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I call upon Jack Halliday, speaking to item 14.5, draft council plan and budget. Jack, are you here?
Yes.
Oh, you're online?
Yeah, I'm online.
It says it's in your... okay, it doesn't say here. Hi, Jack. If you could state your name and suburb and please speak.
Jack Halliday from... and I should mention I'm speaking on behalf of PTEC, which commends the new council for its work in producing a draft council plan which will broadly restore many of the services which council delivers. We're troubled over this lack of detail with no targets or timelines, and community priorities established by the Liberal panel not appearing aligned with the funding initiatives. Funding levels appear to have been set ahead of recommendations from reviews of key plans and strategies will be produced this year, including Port Phillip, the 3 water plans and the open space strategy. Is this putting the cart before the horse? The community's major priorities are reducing emissions, open space and blue-green infrastructure, especially tree canopy cover. The increased funding for greening Port Phillip is a welcome inclusion, but there's no funding for community emissions. Under Council's 4-year strategies, priority is broadly stated as the city is actively mitigating and adapting to climate change. Then follows a new initiative, an advisory service to engage with industrial businesses to support energy efficiency subject to industrial business interests. And there's another new initiative which reads to explore options that may facilitate greater awareness and access to renewable energy for renters, apartment dwellers and businesses. But neither of these initiatives are funded. Has the council given up on reducing community emissions? The absence of specific targets and timelines makes it difficult to give considered feedback. The officer's report states, in the final plan, data will be provided for the city indicators with targets that have been set by council, and data and targets will be provided for council indicators. But that precludes any community feedback. Council is aware of the lack of open space east of Brighton Road, but just 5% open space, but there's only one project in Elmer Park and not even a scoping study for the Green Line project. Council should include a scoping study for this project with an additional focus on either the Reconvened Street or Liardet Street sections. And in the meantime, we think it's essential to continue access to Rip and Loop.
Thank you, Jack.
And finally, having
sorry,
absorbed
Jack.
That's plan.
Jack,
okay.
sorry.
Thanks, Louise.
Sorry about that, yes, thank you very much. I call upon Paul Hickey speaking to item 14.5, which is the draft council plan and budget. Paul, you could state your name and suburb and please speak for 2 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you kindly, Madam Mayor. Paul Hickey, I live in Middle Park. I'm here tonight with regards to the rates. It's got to a stage that many of us are struggling to afford these rates. For those of us that have either lost our jobs or have lost our businesses during this pandemic, I represent the faceless many who are faced with the burden of rates that are now unaffordable. When you look at this budget, when you look at this rate money, look at faces like me, we have to find this money to pay your rates. They are unsupportable now and we can't afford it. In preparation for tonight, I went through the budget from last year. I haven't seen the draft budget this year. I did look online, but I had difficulty locating it. Rate revenue is 50% higher than Bayside. Sorry, 35% higher than Bayside. Friends of mine in Bayside with a comparable property are paying about half the rate I am, and I can't see why that should be the case. Expenditure. Again, when you look at these expenditure items, councillors, people like me are paying for it. Staff. Here in this council, staff cost twice as much as the staff do in Bayside. It is unsustainable. Materials and services cost twice as much as they do in Bayside. It is unsustainable. And again, people like me, not you, people like me are paying for it. There's another one here called Other. I don't know what's in it, $17 million. It is unsustainable. So I call on you councillors tonight. We need stem and branch reform, deep cuts in this budget. It is unsustainable. People like myself can no longer afford these rates. We need urgent action. We need urgent action now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Hickey. I call upon Jan Cossar speaking to item 14.5, the draft council plan and budget. Jan, please state your name and suburb and please speak to the item.
Thank you. Jan Cossar, Middle Park. And I'm speaking tonight as a member of the Committee of Management at the Eco Centre. Councillors, it is excellent to see that funds for the Eco Centre redevelopment are in the City of Port Phillip draft plan and budget for 2021-22. Thank you. As you know, there is outstanding community support across the municipality for the new Eco Centre building in the gardens. You have received more than 600 positive submissions to council consultations in relation to plans for this new building. Most recently, more than 340 residents emailed councillors requesting that the council keep its redevelopment commitment, demonstrating huge community support for this initiative. This facility will be a wonderful community resource, utilised by a diverse range of community groups who will be able to utilise the large meeting room as well as other spaces. It will be an integral part of the gardens as a welcome point and information hub, as is the case in botanical gardens across Australia and around the world. The approved plans for the redevelopment have a world leadership sustainable design rating and will be a green building showcase for our city. This resource will significantly enhance the council and the Eco Centre's capacity to meet the extraordinary growth in interest and demand for climate change programs by community and businesses, and will assist leveraging additional resources from governments, philanthropic sources and individuals with its increased scope to provide a range of services. Congratulations to you all, and thank you for your ongoing commitment to the Eco Centre's essential environmental work.
Thank you, Jan. I call upon Janet Bolitho, speaking to item 14.5, the Draft Council Plan and Budget. Is Janet with us? Oh, there she is coming. Yeah, great. Janet, if you could state your, you know the drill, name and suburb, please. Former councillor Janet Bolitho is what I should say.
Good evening, Mayor and Councillors. Janet Bolitho from Port Melbourne. I'm here tonight on behalf of the Council's Community Reference Committee for Friends of SWI. I've been a member of that committee since 2013 and associated with the friendship since it was signed by former Mayor Julian Hill. It was a great shock to us to read the draft budget papers and learn that all funding support for Friends of SWI is proposed to be withdrawn. It was like receiving a text message terminating a long-term relationship overnight. This is not proper. This is not the way that you terminate a relationship. Neither is it respectful to our colleagues at the community centre in SWI who have had no opportunity to be exposed to Council's change of thinking and priorities. It's even more surprising and shocking in that the Council recommitted to a further 10 years of friendship in September 2020. Furthermore, this Council, received our terms of reference in February 2020 and received our annual report. We respectfully request that the money allocated be reinstated into the draft budget to allow for a thoughtful, considered phasing out of this highly regarded council program. We all know what friendship means. No one needs to explain. We all have friends. That's the beauty of it. It's especially morally reprehensible to walk away from this friendship when East Timor is experiencing a surge in COVID-19 cases exacerbated by the severe floods.
Thank you, Janet. I'm just going to have to call it there.
What I know is that when people are in trouble, you walk towards them, not away. Thank you.
Thank you. I call upon April Seymour, speaking to item 14.5, Draft Council Plan and Budget. April, if you could please state your name and suburb and then speak to the item.
April Seymour from St Kilda East, speaking tonight as the Executive Officer of the Port Phillip Eco Centre. The Eco Centre is a place where everyone comes together to care for the iconic places we all love, together with all sectors of our diverse community. We work for clean, green, healthy and connected neighbourhoods, parks and beaches. And each year, the Council budget receives many, over hundreds of submissions supporting the Eco Centre, describing it as, quote, a day changer with a team who are very active, generous with their time and knowledge, and a hub for all ages that is a beacon of integrity, hope and inspiration, and vital to identity of place as a Port Phillip resident. Those are quotes from some of last year's 115 submissions. Council funding is a key 25% of our diverse funding mix, including fee-for-service programs, grants and community donations. And last financial year, despite COVID-19, the Eco Centre community delivered, for every $1 from City of Port Phillip, invested $10 economic impact. Our new community centre will leverage even further while offering the whole community 3 times more space for meetings and events. Net zero carbon in operation and construction, powered by 170 rooftop solar panels, a beautiful building befitting heritage gardens, and designed sensitively within the same footprint. This improved Eco Centre hub in St Kilda Botanic Gardens is an idea supported by 90% of community, and even this week they continue adding to more than 570 letters of support to our Victorian MPs who play a role in delivering this building, as well as the 340 letters in your own inboxes, councillors. We will continue to collaborate closely with Council to confirm matching funding, and the Eco Centre ourselves have pledged $200,000 for this project. Part of our secret is our environmental volunteer hours, over 21,000 hours per year of people power, which has more than doubled per year since 2017. There is skyrocketing momentum to make a difference together in a decade that really matters for climate and human health. Thank you, councillors, for commitment to the Eco Centre programming and redevelopment in this budget. We are roaring to go.
Nicely timed, April. Thank you. I call upon Craig Eyes, speaking to the draft council plan and budget, which is item 14.5. Name and suburb, sir, and then please speak.
Craig Eyes from Powerhouse Rugby Union Club at Albert Park. Thank you, Mayor and councillors. The draft budget again highlights that there's no support for recreation and open space, with little or no funding for Albert Park. Infrastructure is crumbling in the park or lacking completely, with $80 to $100 million urgently required. My 3 questions are, will City of Port Phillip allocate $1 million per year to Albert Park infrastructure in the first year of the budget? Secondly, will Council allocate an additional $1 million each year thereafter for 10 years to Albert Park? Or alternatively, 3, should the club start charging local residents to enter the park and use our fields? The City of Port Phillip are sadly becoming freeloaders on this matter, not paying or contributing financially when many residents use Albert Park at no cost. Yet recently, when Powerhouse Rugby Club required a planning permit, Council were the authority handling and charging the club for this matter. So Council are happy to become the authority over the park, but take no responsibility. As Drucker would say, authority without responsibility is tyranny. Surely not a good governance system. So over the past 10 years, the $1.5 billion spent, nothing to Albert Park. The next 10 years, the budget about $2 billion, nothing to Albert Park. So close to $4 billion and nothing to Albert Park. So thank you for that. And I'd like to invite you all, Sunday morning, 8 o'clock, come to Lakeside Drive. Powerhouse Rugby Club has an Anzac Day service, so remembering our 73 fallen from World War II. And you're all welcome to come along for breakfast and a remembrance ceremony. Thanks.
Thank you. I call upon Ron Burgraff, speaking to item 14.5, the draft budget and council plan. Ron, if you could state your name and suburb and please speak to the item.
Thank you very much. My name is Ron Burgraff, ratepayer in Middle Park for 25 years. I strongly object to the council's proposal to raise rates by 1.5%. I'm disappointed after the impact that COVID pandemic has had in our community that this is going ahead. My rates have grown by 61% in 10 years, but my income has not. My rates are now a significant portion of my cost of living, and they continue to grow. At 67, I'm concerned about the compound growth of my rates over the long term. At current rate, I'll be paying well over $20,000 per annum when I'm in my 80s, without any work. We're told by council that a rates freeze means services must be cut. How is it that we need to increase rates year in, year out, just to provide the same service? Council spend around 5% of budget on rubbish, 6% on maintenance, which is good value, but spend 41% on staff wages. How is it that we need to increase rates? That's $93 million, that's plus $10 million on consultants, 30 to 100% more than nearby councils spend. I say to the councillors, it's time to take control to better manage this enormous bureaucracy. I say don't slash services, don't increase rates, cut costs. Run your council efficiently and professionally and stop hurting the people that you're serving and representing. Zero rates rise for Port Phillip. Thank you.
Thank you. I call upon Brenda Forbath, speaking to item 14.5, Draft Council Plan and Budget. Thanks, Brenda. If you could state your name and suburb, please, first.
Brenda Forbath, Elwood. I'm addressing item 14.5, Council Plan and Budget. I want to express my support for the 1.5% rate increase. This is a modest increase and it's essential in order to maintain and improve services and capital works that our community relies upon. This minimal increase also acknowledges the financial difficulties that many residents and businesses have experienced due to the pandemic. Council has achieved a very fine balance between maintaining services and minimising rate increases, and that must have been a very difficult task. There are, however, two areas that I wish to raise questions about in the context of preparing a more detailed response to the plan and the budget. The first is in relation to the reduction in the quality subsidy for community-managed childcare centres from 5% to 4%. The second is in relation to an increase of 2.6% in fees in council-run childcare centres. At a time when women's workforce participation, gender and pay equity are at the forefront of public discussion, it is clear that the cost of childcare is a central aspect of this debate. For this reason, at the level of local government, we should be doing all we can to mitigate the cost of childcare and early learning services. The importance of high-quality children's services in the 0 to 5 year age group is crucial, particularly for children from disadvantaged families. Expenditure in this area should be a high priority. To more clearly understand Council's thinking on these two issues, my questions are: what will be the impact on the budgets of the community-managed childcare centres if the quality subsidy reduction is implemented? Number two, will community-managed centres be forced to raise their fees? 3, what consultation has occurred with the community-managed sector about this proposed cut? What will be the financial impact of the 2.6% fee increase on families using council-run childcare centres?
Sorry, Brenda, I'll have to ask you to come to the end.
I think that my paper has been circulated to councillors. Thank you. There's another 3 questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Tony Keenan, do you want to answer any of those questions at the moment or take them on notice?
I can, Mayor.
Yep. If you would answer a couple
through
of
you,
them.
Mayor.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yes, the impact of the budgets, that will vary from centre to centre, but we've done calculation. It would mean an increase for between $1.10 a day to $1.20, which is far less than the increase that would happen at council-run centres. The fees at the community-managed centres are lower than generally lower than the council-run centres, with the exception of South Melbourne Children's Cooperative and Ada Maria Beckett, which is about the same level as council centres, but the fees are lower than the council-run centres. The decision on whether or not they increase their fees would be up to those centres. There is the introduction or slow introduction of funded 3-year-old kindergarten, which may offset some costs from the state government, but that would be a decision taken at the centre level by their boards and management. Consultation, no consultation has occurred to date. The purpose of this meeting is to commence consultation on the proposal, so that would start as of tonight, other than the fact that the centres were sent an email on Friday advising that this was in the proposed budget when the papers were put up on the website. The financial impact of a 2.6% fee increase on families using, that would depend, it would vary from family to family. I would point out though that the subsidy for vulnerable children and families has been increased, and that would current policies to guarantee a minimum of no cost 2 days a week through that subsidy. That's the result of the implementation of the new Children's Services Policy. The other questions would involve research, the extent fees will impact on women's workforce participation, and no, we haven't done any research on income loss due to COVID specifically. Thank you.
Thank you. I call upon David Brand, former councillor, speaking to item 14.5, draft council plan and budget. David, name and suburb, and 2 minutes.
David Brand, St Kilda. I'm coming to speak on the council plan. Hi. Oh, I'm taller than I thought. Congratulate councillors on their efforts. I'm glad it's them and not me anymore to do this very difficult task. And when there are legitimate areas of dispute and ambivalence or dilemmas that have to be solved that haven't been solved in the draft, it's proper to put out a list of those items to the public for public debate. I just want to say, though, that we have only a list with things like changes to the arts program, and if we're going to contribute to the public debate properly and constructively, we need more detail than that. So I'm asking Council if we could be provided with deeper context behind each of these questions on this list of the items for reduced services I'm talking about in particular. I need to say that some of them, well, there are often unintended consequences hidden in these things, and we need to be able to comment on those and actually think about them to provide useful advice. Some of these items are of such small amounts that one can only fear that their removal might cause more harm in goodwill or in morale or in these unintended consequences than they could possibly achieve in significant savings. And I'd mention in particular the Friends of Sawai cuts, which we understand, we cut it last year actually, but we reinstated some of that cut because of the very, very difficult situation with the COVID-19 and the community centre, the Kovalima Community Centre, which is the absolute forefront infrastructure in that part of East Timor in the fight against COVID-19, and it would be just a terrible time to remove that in particular. I'd also say in the changes to the arts program, things like the acquisitions budget, it seems like a natural thing to cut in the middle of a crisis. It's not essential, but there are unintended consequences about funding local arts that are actually, we reinstated it because it is such a good way of funding local arts at a way which which doesn't diminish our assets but actually adds to them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David. I call upon David Imber, speaking to item 15.1, notice of motion, the Rainbow Local Government.
Another 2 minutes.
Oh, no, that's you, a different David. Are you speaking to that one as well?
It's a different hat.
Oh, you can do it now. Sorry, David Imber, if you could just bear with me. David Brand, yes, you have another 2 minutes speaking to the item 15.1.
Okay. On this one, I'm speaking on behalf of the Community Alliance of Port Phillip, and I'll cut out the blurb at the front and see if I can race through it. We are relieved that Council will be reconsidering the motion it didn't quite manage to adopt last week, committing its in-principle support to the Rainbow Tick program. We urge you this time to fully support the motion reintroduced tonight. This is the least we must do. We as a council are already great supporters and heavy funders of the Pride movement. But that does not obviate our need to set up a LGBTIQA advisory committee so that we have a proper community advisory body that can help us, that can tell us where there are gaps and blind spots in our performance and our relationships. We are obviously not starting from scratch on this. We don't suddenly need to do everything, but we do need to be perfect in what we do. We need to be perfect in this because we are leaders in this. Probably among all Victorian councils, we are the leaders. As leaders, we need to lead. We need to show the way forward. If we say, that's enough for us, then all the other councils will think, well, probably that's enough for them too. We, the leaders, need to run this race all the way. We can't just be pacemakers who suddenly drop out. We have too prominent a place in this issue for that. We are the home of the Pride March. We are now the home of the Pride Centre. We are the flagship. We need to fly the flag. We, of all councils, need to get this messaging right. And clearly it is very easy to drop the baton in a race that we are winning. I appeal to you all councillors to get the politics right on this and to vote in support of the Rainbow Tick program, as nearly every one of you undertook to do in the last election.
Thank you, David. I think you even beat the 2 minutes. I'm impressed. You did. Way. I call upon David Imber, speaking to item 15.1, Notice of Motion, Rainbow Local Government. David, are you online with us?
I am indeed online. Ian?
Yes, we can. If you could state your name and suburb and then speak to the motion, please.
Absolutely. My name's David Imber. I'm a resident ratepayer of the City of Port Phillip. I live in Ripponlea. I am a board member of the Victorian Pride Centre, but I'm speaking in my personal capacity as a resident. I'm also urging Council to vote in favour of the motion 15.1. It is an incredibly important motion, and I have to say, as a member of the community, a resident for more than 20 years, it was really concerning and stressful to hear that the Council may well have not been supportive of a community that it has been a leader supporting for so long after the last Council meeting. The LGBTIQ community is a hugely vibrant and important part of the city, and is not just a group of people that take from Council. It's a group that give to the community and that have an important stake in our businesses, in our communities. And I think that the discussion in relation to this motion seems to have been around cost and not in relation to benefit. The Pride Centre is being built in Fitzroy Street, partly to support the community, but also to activate the street, to activate a very important part of the city. And I think if Council consider the benefit of supporting the LGBTIQ community, not just in terms of Rainbow Tick and in funding, but in actually reaching out to the community and considering how Council and all residents can benefit from increased visitation, from increased business, from increased activation. And I think that Council will be missing an important opportunity to stand up for the city, to do the right thing by all residents. So I absolutely urge Council to support this motion. There are so many benefits to have from engagement, and I think to view this as an issue of cost would be a mistake. I certainly urge those who voted against this motion last time to reconsider, to think about the benefits, and at the very least, consider the opportunity to engage through the advocacy work and the committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I call upon Penny Essing, speaking to item 15.5, which is the Notice of Motion, Rainbow Local Government. Penny, are you online with us? Penny? I might move on to the next person and we'll come back if Penny joins us online. I call upon Bella de Abrera, speaking to item 15.1, Notice of Motion, Rainbow Local Government. Bella? So, Kirsty, are you going to read some of this? Great.
Through you, Mayor, we've received a backup statement in the event that Bella's unable to attend, and the statement reads, as a ratepayer, I object in the strongest possible terms for my rates to be used to fund the accreditation initiatives. The council is, by its own admission, already the heart of pride in Melbourne. It is perhaps one of the most friendly LGBTQ+ councils in this country. It already hosts an annual Pride March, has painted the road in rainbow colours, lights up the town hall and flies the rainbow flag. It hosts a $38 million Pride Centre. It is wrong to spend $200,000 of ratepayers' money on a TIC accreditation, which will not help. It's nothing but ideologically driven. I wonder if any of you have walked around Ackland Street or Fitzroy Street at night. It has become a dangerous wasteland of empty shops. This is where you should be spending our money. How can council, which is forcing senior citizens out of their homes or into debt because of high rates, justify this? How can you agree to this knowing that you have declared the city in a state of economic emergency? How can you agree to this knowing that the council is suffering a loss of $20 million in revenue in the 2019-20 financial year? How can you agree to this knowing that as a result of COVID you made 62 council employees redundant? Councillors who vote for the Rainbow accreditation tick have their priorities wrong.
Thank you. I call upon Sean Mulcahy speaking to item 15.1, which is the Rainbow Local Government motion. Sean, oh, you're with us. Hello. Could you state your name and suburb, sir, and then speak to the motion?
Sean Mulcahy, Policy Advisor at the Victorian Pride Lobby. I've come down from North Ballarat to be here tonight because I love and am soon to work in St Kilda. Growing up in the south side, the city has always been a beacon of inclusion to me and to many more like me. Whether it's marching at Pride March or seeing a show at Midsummer or hopefully soon walking through the front doors of our Pride Centre, Port Phillip has always been home to the LGBTIQA+ community, and not just the 12,000 or so of us that live here. The city has done so much for the journey towards equality, and now is the time to take the next step on that path. The motion on tonight's agenda includes obtaining a report on the process for ensuring all council-run services are inclusive, not just aged services. It will help services be inclusive and accessible. The motion also includes developing an action plan with input from an advisory committee that could have many benefits, like increasing visitation from rainbow tourists, which will bring benefits to our traders, activating streets like Fitzroy Street with visible displays of pride, and most importantly, providing a voice for LGBTIQA+ residents and business owners to council. A report, a committee and a plan might not seem like much, but these small actions can make a big difference for our community, especially our youth. As you know, this city's always stood by us, and now we stand ready to work with you on the next steps towards inclusion for all in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. So we've received a further 7 submissions to be read out on behalf of members of the public. I'll call out the name of each member of the public and refer to the Head of Governance to read a summary, a 2-minute summary of the submissions. So the first one is Chris Kondos from Port Melbourne regarding the draft council plan and budget.
Through you, Mayor, sorry. We may just see if Penny Essing is online.
Penny, are you with us online? No.
It doesn't appear so, Mayor. So through you, I do have a short statement that's been submitted that reads, in relation to the notice of motion, why is this motion being revisited? Money could be better spent on other projects, particularly those that benefit the community, like improvement of our community safety, which has hit an all-time low in the last few years and has seen far less business and community activity in a once vibrant St Kilda.
So So now we'll go back to Chris Kondos from Port Melbourne regarding the draft council plan and budget.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. And there's 2 points that Chris Kondos raises in submission, and they are: the crime rate is raising. Port Melbourne crime rate is up 41%. Residents feel that they have to take matters into their own hands and put themselves at risk because the police are not patrolling. Should we withhold a portion of our rates so we can organise our own patrol cars or security guards? My wife's bike was stolen from our backyard at 3:30 on a Friday afternoon. The police haven't been able to find who stole it, yet I have found information. Why is it up to the public to do the police work? And the second point raised asks, why is Durham Street permit parking during the week and on the weekends, but during VFL matches it is not? Our street has been quiet for the last 10 years. There has never been parking issues, so why is there a need for permits? Can council remove the permits on our quiet street, because it makes no sense to have them? If there was ever a need for the permit on our street, it would be for a VFL game day, but even on VFL days it is pretty easy to find parking.
Then Jason Rowder, also speaking to the draft council plan.
Through you, Mayor. I write to stress the urgency of action towards the social amenity and community safety crisis within this community. Council takes on extensive state government responsibilities such as housing, outreach and social services. Why does Council not include community safety and initiatives within this space? Community safety should be the fundamental pillar of council policies. We understand bylaw officers can move people along if they or their belongings are obstructing footpaths and doorways. We are also aware that many of the people with complex needs declare themselves to be homeless when they are not. These people come to St Kilda to camp on the streets, buy and sell drugs and often violently attack residents. We cannot understand why council bylaw officers tolerate this behaviour when these people should be receiving treatment for their complex needs, and when our families need to be protected from the violence on our streets. We disagree that the council has no responsibility for community safety. The council is losing direction, and we call on council to refocus its attention on the fundamental issues.
We've got Miss Henderson in St Kilda.
Through you, Mayor. I have lived on or just off Fitzroy Street for over 20 years, yet I've never seen the level of aggression, hostility, open drug dealing and theft that I have in the last couple. At an average of $1,500 of council rates per home per year, I'd estimate our block generates $825,000 annually. Yet when I turn from our apartment, I am immediately faced with a fence that is so beyond disrepair that in high wind planks, nails fly off. It is graffitied all over. The electrical hub constantly has dumped rubbish, broken glass and syringes. The ground is mud, or when dry and windy, hits you in the face with dirt. I am often awoken by screaming, fighting and smashing glass. Drug dealing is done in full sight and continues. Council gives accommodation in such a populated area to people that commit violence and doesn't house them where they can get treatment. I have sent dumped rubbish and issues to council via Snap Send Solve, yet the issues remain. I no longer feel safe to walk through Ackland Street. I appreciate that council has created safer environments for those who are drug affected, but I feel that this has been done at the expense of others who no longer feel safe. Women don't feel comfortable catching public transport at night. I implore you to look at safety amendments. Pump classical music into Ackland Street and outside the 7-Eleven on Fitzroy Street. Have local law enforcement officers patrol, install more CCTV, send out garbage cleaners to rid the streets of broken glass, graffiti and syringes. I encourage you to come for a walk with me around my block anytime.
Adrian Jackson asking a question.
Through you, Mayor. I cannot see much about the proposed St Kilda Festival 2022 in the budget documents. Is Council going to cancel the St Kilda Music Festival in 2022?
We'll take that on notice. Felicia Mariani, we don't have a suburb.
Through you, Mayor. I write to you as the CEO of the Victoria Tourism Industry Council, VTIC. Last week, Council made a compelling submission to the Legislative Council Standing Committee on Economic and Infrastructure's inquiry into the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on the tourism and events sectors. VTIC commends the Council's proactive approach in contributing to this process. I found it encouraging to see the word tourism appear in the narrative of the draft budget for Council, given it has failed to feature prominently in Council's language for a number of years. It is concerning that despite the references to the importance of tourism, there appears to be no committed funding allocation made to tourism or visitor economy in the 21-22 financial year's planned appropriation. The Division of Economic Development and Tourism looks to be more than halved in the proposed operational figures, an industry and area that is the lifeblood of the city and one that desperately needs your support. Current figures show that 2,363 local visitor economy businesses have been impacted by the loss of visitors coming to the city. Visitor numbers to St Kilda alone have dropped by 78% from 2019 to 2020. Furthermore, 8,000 local jobs in the city were lost in the first 3 months of the pandemic striking. VTIC respectfully requests that Council urgently reconsider its proposed budget allocation and provide a level of financial investment to visitor economy sector that is commensurate with the contribution these businesses make to the economic viability.
Peter Moratis, also speaking to the budget.
Through you, Ma'am. I would like to commend the councillors who have agreed to maintain and bring back services reduced in last year's budget. It is encouraging to see that sustainability activities have been collected together and that activities in sustainability have been maintained, including resourcing the Eco Centre and its redevelopment and continuing the funding contribution to Elstonwick Park. The effort by the council is to be commended, given the measures taken on average are at the cost per household of a few extra cups of coffee a month, do not involve the additional levies for waste imposed by the vast majority of Victorian councils, and provide some relief for people in tough circumstances. While the council plan should be a lot more ambitious, providing homes for more people who need them, childcare expansion for families, support for community reduction of greenhouse gas emissions and in integrating water with greening and open space, the draft plan is something to build on during this consultation process. The climate emergency plan looks rushed and can be improved. It needs to have some high-level statements to explain the need for it, and there needs to be reference to it in the highest-level statements of the council plan. There is also exclusion from the climate emergency plan, especially a hasty rejection of council involvement in a collective power purchase agreement for industry in Port Phillip, which makes up 80% of community emissions. The economic crisis that council acknowledges should not be taken to mean that council should reduce its ambitions. Councillors are also to be commended for leaving open the possibility of council borrowing to productively respond to the economic and climate emergency, and this should be acted upon to better meet council goals, which have been curtailed in the current plan. The number of projects that council has identified supports but not resourced could be resourced if council adopted judicious borrowing. In this context, it is unnecessary and counterproductive to be using council funds to pay off debt, especially when the cost of borrowing is so low. The majority of councillors are to be commended for sustaining practical commitments to the public good and keeping the door open to furthering that public good.
And if I'm right, finally, a statement to be read out in regards to 15.1 by Bill O'Loughlin, which is the Notice of Motion Rainbow Local Government.
Through you, Mayor. This motion proposes a series of actions that will make this city more accepting and inclusive and ensure equitable participation in council services. It is an inherently good and just motion. The added significance of this motion is the precedent it sets for local government in responding to its LGBTIQA+ population. Already we have legislative, policy and program responses at 2 other levels of government. It is appropriate to identify how it applies at local government level. From this motion, Council will be leading the way in establishing the benchmarks that can then be used to advocate for similar responses in other municipalities. This will be especially important in settings that aren't as progressive as Port Phillip, and where it is highly likely that LGBTIQ plus people experience significant difficulties in participating in local life. Thus, this is a critical motion, not just for the LGBTIQA plus people in this city, but across the nation. Fully support the motion and ask that all councillors do likewise.
Thank you, Kirsty. We're now moving on to councillor question time, which is item 5. Councillors, do you have any questions for the officers? Councillor Consultor.
Just a quick one. I've been contacted by residents requesting a dog-free or dog-on-leash beach in winter. What is the process for reviewing our policy of dogs on beaches?
Lily Rosick.
Through you, Mayor. Council's committed to balancing the needs of both pet owners and non-pet owners and have developed a domestic animal management plan to encourage responsible pet ownership and promote pet welfare. We're due to review that plan in the coming months, commence that process. It's a 4-year plan, and as part of that consultation that would be undertaken as part of developing that plan, we could seek feedback from the community on that matter and consider also the information we've already received regarding the request to review dog off-leash controls on our beaches. We have done so in the past, as recently as 2018, and we have found that 80% of respondents during that consultation believe the current beach provision provide good balance for all users. If Council chose to review the dog controls along our beaches, the matter would need to be considered by Council and changes would need to be made through the Government Gazette.
Thank you. Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Pearl.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. If I could ask 3. Can council officers please provide an update on the City of Port Phillip's application for funding for mobile CCTV units?
Tony Keenan.
Through you, Mayor, Anthony Trail can provide an
Anthony
update
Trail,
on that.
sorry. The microphones are always on, Anthony.
Through you, Mayor. On the 3rd of February, Council resolved in a petition response to Hoonin 2 key actions. 1, provide a report to consider requirements and costings of a mobile CCTV unit. That will come to Council on the 19th of May. 2, submit an application with Victoria Police to the grant program, the state government program. This was submitted on the 15th of March. We've been told that the successful grants are estimated to be announced in the middle of June.
Thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions, councillors? Oh, did you have another one?
If I ask a couple more, that'd be great.
Sorry. 2 more, and
second
then...
question is, residents of Wellington Street, St Kilda, have complained about the increasing amount of rubbish in the street and the local area. Council officers provide specific plans of what Council have in place to address this issue, including the installation of bins in the street.
Chris Carroll.
Through you, Mayor, if Donna D'Alessandro is available, then she'll provide a response to that.
Is Donna online with us?
I believe she is.
Through you, Mayor, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thanks, Donna.
Thank you. So Wellington Street is actually identified as a hotspot area for dump rubbish and litter, and it does receive services. So we get a weekly sweep for dump rubbish via our collection contractor. And we also do the additional per resident's request. We also do some litter picking once a week, and we also do a street sweeping as per our 4-week cycle. So the street was actually cleaned on the 19th of April. Council has not recently received any increase in requests regarding litter or dump rubbish for the street and does not currently have any planned infrastructure or service level increases.
Thanks. And one more. A number of residents and traders in South Melbourne Albert Park have complained about the pop-up parks that were installed by Council being removed recently by Council officers. Can officers provide a response to these complaints?
Through you, Mayor.
Kylie Bennett.
Through you, Mayor. Did that work? Yeah, through you, Mayor. Is that working? Thank you, Councillor Pearl, for your question. We certainly appreciate the feedback from our community about the positive impact those parklets have had in that area, and conversely the concern the community has around their removal. Council received $100,000 from the Department of Jobs, Precincts and Regions Neighbourhood Activity Centre Renewal Fund, and through that funding erected 10 community parklets across the municipality, which were in place until the end of March. These parklets were removed at the expiry of their permits. The decision that was made by Council to extend parklets until the end of June applied to business parklets only, and they were permitted and cared for by hospitality traders rather than Council. But certainly to ensure that the investment that was made in those parklets continues to be used and that they're well cared for, the parklets have been moved to a couple at the South Melbourne Market and also near the Esplanade Market in St Kilda, and also the parklets at Spring Street, Port Melbourne, and Meaden Street, South Bank are still in place. Council will soon consider a longer-term approach to public space activation, and there will be an opportunity to consider community requests through this process, and we'd be pleased to work with councillors and the community if there's interest in parklets in locations across the city.
Thank you. Councillor Sirikoff, did you have a question? No? Any other questions, councillors? All right, we'll move on then to sealing schedule, but there are no items for sealing on tonight's agenda. So item 7 is petition and joint letters. Councillors, we have one petition response on tonight's agenda, which is 7.1, joint petition response requesting installation of traffic lights at the intersection of Bay and Liardet Street, Port Melbourne, and a review of the 606 bus route. Are there any questions for the officers regarding this report? No. Councillors, we have an officer's recommendation. Would someone like to move this or something different? Councillor Consultor.
I have an alternative motion, please.
All right, we'll get that up on the screen. Just bear with us. Would you be able to read out the changes to that motion, please, Councillor Consultor?
Yes, so crossing out all of the 2 recommended and replacing with request council officers provide councillors a briefing on improvements to pedestrian and traffic safety at the intersection of Bay Street and Liardet Street not later than August 2021.
Thank you. So Councillor Consultor to move. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Pearl. Councillor Consultor, would you like to speak to?
Thank you. Yes, so this petition actually came in 2 parts. We heard the last one a fortnight ago wanting to look at the bus route that's currently going up Esplanade West. Now, the back history is that it doesn't go to the main street as it does in the reverse direction because that intersection's so bad. I think in this opportunity we need to hear a little bit more about what could be done at that intersection. And that's the reason for the briefing.
Thank you. Councillor Pearl.
Councillors, I strongly support the amendment that the alternate motion that Councillor Consultor has put up. This intersection has been a part of the history of Port Melbourne for many decades for probably all the wrong reasons, and the data doesn't add up on this intersection to suggest there's a huge safety issue here. Last time Council looked at it. But like most statistics, the perception of safety of this intersection and the cautiousness required to cross this intersection is a substantial impediment to pedestrian and traffic safety. So this is an opportunity, councillors, for us to get an overview of what's happening with the data in the past few years since council last looked at doing something with this intersection, and have a fresh set of eyes, have a look at the options available to council to make this intersection and the perception of this intersection a lot safer than it is today. I strongly support the motion and hope you support it also.
Would any other councillor like to speak to the motion? Councillor Martin.
Briefly, Madam Mayor, can I firstly thank my two Team Gateway colleagues. We're all on the same page in Gateway Ward on most issues, and we certainly are on this one. I mentioned at the last council meeting that probably the major discussion item I've had in my 20 years in Port Melbourne has been that particular intersection. And yes, there aren't major statistics showing it's particularly dangerous, but it's certainly a matter of major concern to local residents, and I personally take my heart in my mouth every time I go through it, and I look forward to the consultation process.
Would any other councillors like to speak to the motion? Oh. Councillor Consultor, would you like to close? I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That motion has passed unanimously. Moving on to 8 to 14, which is the presentation of reports. So we are starting with 8.1, which is the presentation of the CEO report, issue 73. Now, the CEO report has been republished since first circulated to include additional information on the Common Ground update, which is on page 7 of the attachment. Councillors, are there any questions of officers in regard to this report? No? Well, councillors, we have an officer's recommendation. Would someone like to move this or something different? Councillor Copsey to move. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Martin. Councillor Copsey. Not tonight. Councillor Martin.
In my 6 months on council, perhaps the most useful document I find is the CEO report. I learned so much from it, and I recommend all members of the community, and particularly our councillors, go through it carefully. It's a mine of very, very useful information and provides a lot of support to the councillors and the rest of the community. Thank you.
Would anyone else like to speak to the motion? Councillor Copsey, no. If not, I'm going to put that to the vote. All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Moving on to item 13.1, which is the Live Music Action Plan. Councillors, are there any questions for officers in regards to this report? Councillor Clark.
Yes, I wanted to, could I get some clarification on the process by which the community will be able to engage and put forward their views around their area, and how is the precincts going to, how will the precincts be determined, and the length of that, and the process by which the community can have genuine consultation, because there's clearly a lot of concerns about where these precincts are going to be and the impact to residential areas that are already well mixed within the probably mostly like Fitzroy Street, Ackland Street, some of those areas. We've already got residents living in amongst hotels and all sorts of mix, please.
Sure. Through you, Mayor, the identification of appropriate music precincts is referenced in Goal 3 of the plan. We'll start by looking at the location of existing venues, also consider opportunities where further venues would fit, and identify where current issues and disputes exist with the community. We'd continue the conversations already happening with the community regarding where they experience issues, and would be able to direct them to the dedicated resource discussed under the plan for assistance in resolving these issues. We'd also seek additional consultation once draft precincts are identified, and engage acoustic specialists and other planning expertise as required, as well as considering economic, community and industry benefits.
Follow-up question, Councillor Clark.
So what is the onus on if a hotel or a business is now deemed to be able to have music within that music precinct? What is the onus on that business or hotel now in reference to the residents? Is there some regulations or infrastructure they would need to install or upgrade?
Through you, Mayor, the purpose of the plan isn't to require venues to install or upgrade. It's to provide a clear guideline for how disputes would be resolved and how precincts would be developed. The plan doesn't take away the current EPA requirement for noise control, which is one of the key measures in place currently. The plan does not take that away, so that remains. And the purpose is to provide a clear set of guidelines and advice for residents and venues to understand how to resolve issues and hopefully resolve them effectively and quickly.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? Councillor Sirikoff.
Thank you, Mayor. It states in the report that the Live Music Action Plan will require the development of precincts which incorporate a specific set of controls. I'm just wondering if, does that mean that for each precinct, the set of controls, say noise levels or restrictions, regulations, rules, will be customised for each precinct?
Through you, Mayor, that's something that we'll evaluate in the development of the precinct, whether different rules would need to be applied under each and whether different conditions may exist in different areas. Sorry, just losing my train of thought. Sorry, I just totally lost my...
I guess I'm just referring to it because it says in the report a specific set of controls. So I'm just wondering if that covers restrictions on noise for each precinct, depending on how that precinct is defined and what music types are allowed. Yes, basically a question without notice.
Yeah. One of the key elements of the precincts is to set expectations in place as to how future development would take place. So if new residential developments were setting up, we would have to consider potential impact to live music. Likewise, if new music venues wish to set up, they would understand, a different set of regulations and guidelines revolving them. It's important to understand that the precincts are there to aid in resolving existing tensions and complaints. They're not being developed to create further ones. And the set of rules and guidelines would be clear, measurable and easily enforceable, so everyone would be on the same page and understand what was required of them.
Any other questions for officers? If not, councillors, we have an officer's recommendation. Would someone like to move this or something different? Councillor Copsey to move. Councillor Bond to second. Councillor Copsey.
Thanks. I'm so excited to finally have the Live Music Action Plan here for adoption tonight. It's been a long journey, as the report notes and the action plan itself notes. We were interrupted by COVID in progressing this, which was a key action that was committed to under our Creative and Prosperous City strategy in the last term of council. So it's been quite the journey getting to this point. And I think it's really timely that we are looking at the action plan tonight as we are starting to see live music really start to come back in its physical performance sense in our city. It's really an excellent time for us to be engaging in this space. I'm glad that we have had the feedback of industry and residents throughout the consultation period, which really took into account the difficult circumstances that have been visited upon our city, particularly on creative industries. And some of the comments that we've had around the council plan and budget tonight and talking about the particular impact that's been felt by industries such as creative industries, such as live music, such as tourism, which live music is such a key driver of in what we are in Port Phillip, in the soul of our city. It's been really timely to get all of that and consider how our Live Music Action Plan can contribute to the recovery of the sector. There's been a lot of discussion around the precincts. I personally am very excited to explore this idea, and that's what the action plan commits us to, but I want to note that there's actually heaps of other important actions under the action plan too. I'm so excited about the establishment of, for example, the First Peoples Toolkit program, which will help to support First Nations artists in our city, and also, more pop-up and live music events in our city, which means that one of the things I remember from very early on in the discussion around this is that it's such a cool thing that in Port Phillip, music and creativity really is part of our everyday life in this city, and I want that to continue for a long time and for Council to be supporting and making sure that that is the case. So I'm very, very pleased to see the action plan here for adoption tonight, and looking forward to seeing it put into practice.
Councillor Bond.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think St Kilda and other areas of Port Phillip are widely recognised across Melbourne as being home to a once thriving live music scene that has probably struggled in recent years. I think it's something that most residents of St Kilda and Port Phillip value about St Kilda is that live music scene, is that vibrancy that is contributed to our neighbourhood by having that live music and entertainment areas in and around Fitzroy Street, Ackland Street, a few other areas. And this live music plan we are voting on here tonight is designed to enhance and encourage and preserve that live music culture, that live music history of St Kilda. And whilst it contains many different areas and actions for Council, I'm of the view that the most important role that Council can play in the live music scene of St Kilda is to be the arbiter or the go-between between residents and venues in and around primarily St Kilda, but through other areas of Port Phillip. Because if we don't have venues in which people can perform and in which people can practice their live music, everything else we do is sort of becomes redundant if we lose all these great venues. So the primary purpose of this live music, in my opinion, is for Council to step up and play that role and allow live music to flourish by Council resolving the conflicts that exist between residents and music venues, which is probably the greatest threat to the live music in and around St Kilda. One of the ways we will explore on how we do that is through these entertainment zones, which is one of the action items to come from this live music plan. And I know it's probably the one area that's got a lot of attention from this live music plan tonight, and a lot of attention from residents who have contacted me over the last week or two to discuss this and to express some concerns and reservations. And I look forward to us commencing this process through what will be essentially a planning scheme amendment for specific areas of our city. And as anyone who's ever followed the progress of a planning scheme amendment, it is a long process. It involves a great deal of consultation with residents. It involves lots of opportunities for people to have input into the final product. So, for the residents who are concerned, anxious, unsure about what will happen here, there will be ample opportunities and plenty of opportunities for you to speak, to provide feedback and to have input into the entertainment zones, which I know are of concern to many residents. We've all heard that, but it's something that I think if we get right can certainly enhance and cement Port Phillip and in particular St Kilda's place as a live music cluster, as a live music hub, as a live music incubator throughout our municipality. So that's probably the highlight, the most important thing for me is this particular role of Council and also the planning scheme amendments. We will probably be the first city in the state to go through that. It's been done in Fortitude Valley, apparently quite successfully. We'll be probably a bit of a guinea pig here in Victoria, so bear with us. We probably won't always get it right, but hopefully as we go through this process, we come out the other end, we do get a planning scheme amendment in place that serves both our live music venues and our residents well, and ensures that St Kilda, that live music scene in St Kilda can continue. So commend this live music action plan to my fellow councillors and hope they all see fit to support it here tonight.
Would any other councillors like to speak to the motion? I will quickly. I'm really excited about this opportunity, and it is more than just the live music precincts. I mean, just looking through the draft action plan, even just the idea of putting live music materials into our heritage collection, so we capture some of that history, given that part of council's role is to be the keepers of heritage in our municipalities. So even things like that, and making it more accessible for young people, and making sure we celebrate the different kinds of music. I know that there was the Elwood Choir did a walking, singing tour along the canal, or are in the early stages of developing it. So it's supporting all sorts of things like that, and even further integrating music and art into our community. I wanted to say just about, I know there's a lot of concern. I think there's been a lot of misinterpretation around what live music precincts can be. And this is a model that has been successful, as Councillor Bond said, in Fortitude Valley, and very successful in 2006. And it's about finding the harmony for residents, for venues, and for future developments. And there's actually been huge growth in Fortitude Valley since they put these into place, and it's been a very successful scheme. And what we also need to recognise is that the music scene brings a lot of economic benefit to our municipality. So there's actually an economic imperative as well as a creative imperative to look at how we can support them. But it's about looking after current residents and current venues, but also future residents and future venues. So it's setting the framework, it's getting it right, it's making it clear, it's doing what we can. You know, there are going to be, and as Councillor Bond also said, it's going to be a long process. This is just the beginning. We don't know all the ins and outs. We have a model to work from, but I'm sure there'll be tweaks along the way and things we might try or whatever. But this is a really good thing for our city, and probably, hopefully then adopted by other councils around Victoria or Australia, because we do need support to support our creatives, particularly in the live music scene. So I do hope the other councillors will support this motion. Anyone else would like to speak, or do we return to Councillor Copsey to close? Or okay, let's put that to the vote. All those in favour? That is passed unanimously. Moving along to the opportunity to divest a bottle shop, which is 14.1. Councillors, do we have any questions of the officers on this report? No, if not, we have an officer's recommendation. Do I have this or something else to amend? Councillor Pearl, you're moving the officer's recommendation?
Yeah, I don't have. Is there an alternate? Someone wants to move an alternate? Sorry, I was just scratching my head.
Scratch your head. So is it Councillor Consultor, you would like to move the officer's recommendation or something different?
Something different. An alternative motion, please.
Okay. Can we get that up on the screen, please? And would you please be able to read out the changed part to the motion?
Yes. So adding, I guess, 3.3, that the title of the report, 14.1, be changed to proposal to sell a council-owned property at 174 Knott Street, Port Melbourne, and the council meeting paper is amended to reflect this change.
Thank you. Councillor Pearl, would you be interested in seconding it? This is great. Councillor Consultor, would you like to speak to the motion?
Yeah, the only slight change here, it was brought to my attention that the title isn't as clear as it could be, so that's the change here.
Councillor Pearl?
I don't really like selling property. As I've said this before, I would prefer us to hold on the property until we have defined plans in our reserve accounts about what to do with it. Because of the restrictions that are placed on councils in terms of how we can invest our returns, our reserves rather, in my mind, it's much better to hold property over a longer period of time than place that money in reserves until a plan is put in place. So the capacity that we currently have in our reserves for strategic asset purchases isn't efficiently allocated for future projects, and the more cash we put in there, the slower it grows unless we leave it in real assets. And this is an asset which is very unique and very, very valuable, growing, I presume, at a pretty good return rate compared to when it was acquired. The reason I'm a bit different on this one is I think strategically this asset probably, the optics of council owning and operating a bottle shop aren't great, and the strategic fit of this sitting in the asset portfolio doesn't make a lot of sense. Plus, as the point I made before, the strategic asset reserve has been drawn over the past few years and can do with a top-up. So, councillors, I'm happy for this to go out to consultation to see what the public think about whether or not council should hold an asset which is the current tenancy of a bottle shop, which I think's got a 5-year lease attached to it, perhaps with an option after that. I should know the answer to that. But now's the right time to sell it. We've just, if the consultation goes well, we've just minted a new lease, which means the valuation of the property is still pretty fresh from a rental return point of view, and it's a very unique block, so I don't think we're going to have any issues liquidating it for well above potentially what it is valued at in the council's books at the moment. So happy to support this motion to start the process off.
Would any other councillors like to speak to the motion? Councillor Consultor, would you like to close?
Yes, thank you. So the current leasee is fantastic and well liked in the community, but it appears this building as a council asset is not needed. I'd like through this community feedback opportunity to hear submissions of what this building could be for our community if it wasn't sold. It might not happen, but it always be good to hear what people would like our assets to be used as. So I'd welcome that. Thank you.
I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That is passed unanimously. Councillors, just to let you know, I am thinking we'll take a break before we get to the draft budget, but I am going to try and move through these next few items quickly, if possible. I mean, of course, if there's lots of discussion to be had, that's a different story. 14.2, which is the awarding of the panel of contractors to provide electrical services. Councillors, do we have any questions for the officers? If not, I have an officer's recommendation. Do I have a mover, Councillor Pearl? Do I have a seconder, Councillor Baxter? Councillor Pearl, Councillor Baxter?
Look, it is a bit of a boring motion, but given the amount of money for both this one and the next one, I just think that it's worthwhile to just point out the amount of money that council will need to spend on a number of these services that are required, and to thank the officers for always working to make sure that we're getting the best out of our procurement.
Would any other councillor like to speak to the motion? Councillor Pearl? Let's put that to the vote. All those in favour? That motion is carried. Item 14.3, which is award of panel of contractors to provide plumbing and gas fitting services. Are there any questions for officers? If not, can I have a mover or for something different? Councillor Pearl, Councillor Baxter. Thank you, Councillor Pearl. Councillor Baxter? Anyone else? Let's put that to the vote. All those in favour? That motion is carried. 14.4, which is the councillor gift and hospitality policy. Councillors, do we have any questions for the officers? I have a quick question, if I may. So this policy is a little different to our previous policy, where we are required, or is best practice, to note all invitations that we receive and note whether we decline them or accept them. Why is this policy, is that a policy change in terms of what's the thinking behind why we would need to do that? Kirsty Pearce?
Through you, Mayor, we have developed this policy based on the advice of state government departments and the document that they use as their template document for all public service in Victoria. Additionally, we've benchmarked it against other councils, and we have determined that this is a best practice, good governance approach to the management of gifts and hospitality. And the primary reason for asking councillors to also document any offers that they decline is to identify patterns of offers and identify patterns of gifts and just regular community contact.
Fantastic, thank you. Any other questions? Councillors, we have an officer's recommendation. Do I have a mover or something different? Councillor Pearl and Councillor Baxter to second. Councillor Pearl? Councillor Baxter? Would anyone else like to speak to the... I'll just briefly say I think it's a good idea to have this on record and to be clear, so we might not even notice patterns ourselves, so it's a good practice to get into, and I look forward to developing an easy process for councillors to be able to abide by this. Would anyone else like to speak to the motion? Shall we go back to Councillor Pearl, close? Let's put that to the vote. All those in favour? That is carried unanimously. All right, let's take a 5 to 7 minute break because we're going to come back to do the draft council plan. So officers, everyone, can we be back at, 8:32? And we'll move on to item 14.5. So we've reached item 14.5, which is the Draft Council Plan 2021 to 31, the Municipal Health and Wellbeing Plan, the Financial Plan, the Review and Rating Plan and Budget for 2021-22. And it's the release for public consultation. So, councillors, given the complexity of this item, we will consider the recommendation in 3 parts. So we'll go with part 1, if we could get that up on the screen, please. So the only adjustment to that is to change it to notes instead of releases, and then include amended to reflect any changes made through this resolution. Councillors, do you have any questions of the officers for part 1? So, Councillor Baxter, have I missed something?
Sorry, just a quick question. So is the proper word to be notes or endorses?
The endorses comes in part 2.
Okay, cool.
So we're noting at this point that the 3 things are all in the one plan. That's correct, isn't it, officers? Yeah, great. Councillors, if there's no questions, do I have a mover and seconder? Councillor Martin and Councillor Copsey to second. Councillor Martin, would you like to speak to part 1 of this motion?
I'm not sure whether those people in the auditorium are aware of the enormous amount of work that's gone into the production of the council papers, and I'd like to take this opportunity to commend, firstly, the council officers who've worked really hard. I'd like to acknowledge the enormous amount of time that my 8 fellow councillors put into the development of these documents. There have been long debates. People hold very passionate views. There's been many hours spent in debate, and I think that the document may not please everyone, but people need to be aware of the enormous amount of work that's gone into it. When we get to the next motion, we're probably going to be talking about more of the nitty-gritty, but I do think the public, our ratepayers, our residents need to be aware of the enormous amount of work that's already gone into the production of this document. And this is a draft document, and once it's released, we have another 4 weeks for people to come back and assist us in making a final decision. So, yes, I'm only too pleased to move that this document be noted and the public be aware of all the work that's gone into its development.
Councillor Copsey.
Thank you, and all I'll add to that is noting that the inclusion of the Municipal Health and Wellbeing Plan, which is a really important document for Council, part of our legislative responsibilities to plan for and deliver good health and wellbeing for our community. I also wanted to call out the inclusion under the new Local Government Act of the community vision in this set of documents, and to specifically take a moment to thank those members of our community who participated in the development of this community vision for the council plan and budget draft.
Would any other councillors like to speak to this part of the motion? If not, let's put that... Oh, sorry, back to Councillor Martin. Did you want to reply? Let's put that to the vote. All those in favour of part 1 of item 14.5, that part is carried unanimously. All right, we're moving on to part 2. If we could... Which does have a change, for 3.3 it says endorses instead of notes, so we've swapped perceptions. Do we have any questions for the officers, councillors? If not, could I get a mover and a seconder? Councillor Copsey and then Councillor Martin to second. Councillor Copsey.
Actually, Councillor Martin said much of what I was going to say in the opening here, which is just to note that this is a huge milestone for Council. It represents a huge amount of work from the organisation in helping to develop this draft vision and plan for our municipality. It's been already a huge process of discussion and debate amongst the new council. I want to thank all councillors for the huge amount of time, energy, intellectual effort that has gone into reaching this point. I think it's a very it's not the endorsement, but it is actually a huge milestone in developing this suite of documents. This is so important for us in guiding strategy throughout the term. I also did want to call out the huge amount of work that has come from officers in getting this set of plans together. We have asked very, very detailed questions, and officers have been so responsive, so supportive to councillors in getting access to information to formulate this plan. I also just wanted to speak about the fact that tonight is the start of the process of consultation on these documents, and so it's an opportunity for community to review these. I would urge community members to engage with the documents as they go out, and please do provide feedback. This is a council plan to reflect our community, and it will definitely be better for the community's involvement. So please do engage with these documents and make submissions as part of the engagement process. I might leave it there for now.
Councillor Martin.
Madam Mayor, before I speak, can I just check with the governance ruling that I believe there are 2 amendments listed. Are these amendments to do with this particular motion, or where are they going to come up?
Through you, Mayor, I think the seconder needs to speak, and then somebody may wish to move amendment. I'll just get Kirsty Pearce to confirm that. Is that correct, Kirsty?
Through you, Mayor, that is correct. Following the seconder speaking, any other councillor has the opportunity to speak to the motion, at which time any councillor can raise an amendment.
Thank you, council officers, and thank you, Madam Mayor. Again, can I reiterate what I said at the beginning in supporting motion 1? There's been an enormous amount of work that's gone into the production of these documents, a lot of work, a lot of consultation with our community through the deliberative consultation process. I've lost track of the number of emails that members of the public have sent to councillors, so I particularly thank all those people who've had input already into the process. And if and when these motions are carried, I look forward to further consultation as we work towards finalising the budget over the next 6 weeks.
Would any other councillor like to speak to the motion? Councillor Pearl.
Thanks very much, Madam Mayor. I didn't see the word endorse put in, which I won't have a rant about that, but I wouldn't describe the way what I'm voting here this evening is endorsing the draft budget, but I would have preferred the additional wording, but that's a minor point. To go through some of these issues, I'm voting for this motion, but that shouldn't be construed in terms of supporting the rate increase that's contained within this. This is an important step for this document to go out to the general public so they can have their view heard loud and clear through consultation when this comes back into the council chamber. There'd be no surprise to you, councillors, nor those that are potentially listening to this, that I don't support the 1.5% rate increase, and I think I was prepared to negotiate potentially on a rate increase above 0, obviously, but 1.5 I think is too high. And I'd be very interested to see what members of the community come back with in terms of feedback and potential savings that would pay for a lower than 1.5% increase or potential increases in revenue. Also, pleasing to see the efficiency savings continuing, and the reference to no debt is correct in terms of a balance sheet point of view, but it should be noted that the debt is being funded from reserves, so effectively it's being refinanced through internal reserves which need to be repaid over the next 10 years. There were some comments from people suggesting that now is a good time to borrow money. That couldn't be further from the truth. and particularly evidenced by the more than $2 million in interest that this council didn't have to pay over the last 8 years that would have funded a number of projects that instead went to the coffers of National Australia Bank. But we'll talk about that some other time when we get to it. So very happy to vote for this motion to push the reports out to the public to review. A lot of time and a lot of effort has gone into these documents over a long period of time. It's important that people in the community understand the difficult choices that were made in relation to a number of line items, and there'll be people disappointed in the community that things aren't being funded. The thing I'm most disappointed about is the cut that we've had to make to the Caring Mums program, which is a very important child maternal health program, but also a domestic violence prevention program, which has been hugely successful, and I'm disappointed to see that taken away from the budget. But I also understand that we have to make difficult decisions in this budget, and we shouldn't be cherry-picking projects at the last minute to pop things and parachute things back in before we get full and comprehensive consultation from the public. So councillors, I would encourage you to vote for this, even if you've got concerns about items in the budget, which I'm sure we all do in different ways, or you think the rate increase is too high or too low. I would encourage you to support this motion so we can go out to the public and hear their view, get that information back, recalibrate the final documents, and then have the conversation in a few months' time when the final decisions have to be made. Thanks, Madam Mayor.
Would anyone else like to speak to the motion? Councillor Bond.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Like Councillor Pearl, I'm also not happy with the 1.5% rate increase in here, and whilst we are voting here tonight to send this out for consultation, my support for this motion should not in any way be interpreted as support for a 1.5% rate increase. I know a number of councillors on this council believe we should not be proceeding with a 1.5% rate increase or any rate increase whatsoever, and I'm certainly of the view there's enough fat in the system within this organisation that we could go out with a zero rate rise budget and still not have to want for anything as a council. I would love to have seen that occurred here during this budget process, but unfortunately that wasn't to be. The majority of councillors have decided this was how we would proceed with a 1.5% increase, and we would continue spending as we have spent in the past. So whilst I'm disappointed that that is the case, I will be supporting this tonight because I want to hear from the community, and this is their opportunity to tell us what they think about these rate increases, tell us what they think about many of the other items that are in this budget and council plan. So I look forward to hearing all that feedback from the residents and ratepayers of Port Phillip, who no doubt over the next month or two will certainly tell us their thoughts and feelings on this budget.
Would any other councillor like to speak? Councillor Clark.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Some of the highlights of this budget. We started, or last year's budget, this year's budget, we have forecasting an operating deficit of about 16 million, which is now tracking at about 13 million. For this year's budget, we're proposing to increase total revenue by $27 million, or a 12.7% increase on the forecast from 2020 to 2021. So that is increasing the total revenue to $245 million. This is funded by residents. The draft budget for this plan, the draft plan, forecasts a $14.1 million operating surplus. I'll repeat that, a $14 million operating surplus. To achieve a rates increase of zero, or a rate freeze, we needed to save approximately 1% of about 230 odd million, or 2 million. So To have avoided putting up rates by 1.5% as the draft plan potentially does, we needed to find a $2 million saving. This would have avoided any long-term impacts on the budget position, and I strongly believe these savings could have been found with minimal impact to services and programs. I too am supportive of releasing this draft council plan and budget to the community for consultation. It is disappointing to release a budget that is supported by the majority of councillors that has a 1.5% increase in rates. I look forward to the community now having their input and their say about the plan and getting their suggestions for where they think we could potentially save some expenditure and hopefully still achieve a rate freeze for our residents who have been doing it tough this financial year and continue to do it tough. Thank you.
Would any other councillor like to speak to the motion? Councillor Sirikoff.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I also would like to join the other councillors in thanking the councillors and all council staff for putting this draft budget plan together. I would like to start off with two quotes from the draft report. One, financial stress and job losses were significant over the past 12 months. And two, COVID-19 has had significant impact to our local economy. A challenge over the next decade will be continuing to help our community not recover but rebuild. While the council plan aims to be livable and financially sustainable, it is yet to address it being affordable. One of the claimed challenges in the draft is the rates capping. The 10-year financial plan forecasts a cumulative $102 million funding gap, which is presented as a compound problem. We do need to find savings, but we do not need to be alarmist. We need to put these numbers into perspective when the council budget is $235 million, and as now I heard Councillor Clark say, $245 potentially. And this amount is growing each and every year over the next 10 years. This is close to $2.4 billion when you put it in perspective over the next 10 years. If council has a rates cap challenge, then so does its ratepayers when their rates are compound growing each and every year. Some property rates are seeing compound growths of between 8 and 12%, but incomes are stagnant. We are all aware how the globe has suffered from the COVID pandemic, along with a massive financial crisis. Our ratepayers and residents are among those who have had reduced working hours or lost jobs and are challenged to pay their household bills. We saw local businesses closing their doors and struggling to keep their doors open. Traders were seeking rent relief or footpath trading waivers to barely stay operational and to still employ staff. So many residents and businesses have been adversely impacted by COVID, and they will continue to be impacted, and yet this budget is asking for a 1.5 rates increase. Given the financial crisis we're all in, a few facts have to be realised. This 41%, nearly more than 40% of the total council revenue of $235 million goes to pay council staff salaries. This is nearly $94 million. A 1.5% rates increase will raise about $2 million. It is my understanding that of the $2 million, $1.8 million will pay for staff salary increases. I do appreciate that we need staff to provide council services, and they deserve a decent salary. But where is the balance and affordability for ratepayers? I am not advocating the cutting of services, but I am asking for greater efficiencies. So where does this leave the ratepayers who have to pay their year-on, year-out compounding property rates, despite the past year of financial challenges, which is still not over? I also want to point out the financial stress for businesses and commercial ratepayers, where the number of hardship applications by the business community has doubled compared to the two previous years. The business community provides jobs and does not need to carry another rates increase if it is to recover. What does it take for a council to realise its ratepayers needs a rate freeze if it is not now, after going through COVID and still continuing? Other councils did freeze council rates this financial year, but City of Port Phillip did not. In this once in 100 years pandemic, we need to show respect for the residential and business ratepayers, including renters who need relief from rates and relief from rates and still have financial and mental challenges ongoing. All we need is to find $2 million from council's operations when the council brings in $230 million every year, and this is growing. I agree with releasing the draft report, but I'm also keen on hearing from the community and their views on how a rates increase will affect them.
Would any other councillors like to speak to the motion? I would like to pose an amendment, if I may, if we can get that up on the screen, please. So my amendment is add in a 3.3.10, that an additional $50,000 to enter into another 12-month agreement with the National Trust of Australia in Victoria for the free City of Port Phillip resident access to Ripponlea Estate to the value of $20,000 with incentive-based bonuses up to an additional $30,000 for a total value of $50,000. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Baxter. I will speak to the amendment. Budgets and council plans are about focusing on what you value and investing back into the community. This was an initiative of the previous council to address a severe lack of open space in a certain part of our municipality. And it was really popular. It's still continuing till June. And the thing that strikes me about, well, many things, access to open space has become even more important to our community over the last year. Access to good open space. And in certain parts of the municipality, it's very difficult where there is no immediate opportunity to buy or repossess land and create new big open spaces, beautiful open spaces. And that would cost a really big amount of money anyway. But there is an innovative way to offer a part of our municipality which very rarely gets anything done for it. That's Ripponlea. Very rarely is there anything specific that is done in that part of the municipality. It offers them equal access to a beautiful big green open space, and it makes it more equitable. And also parts of Balaclava and East St Kilda. It gives them the access that many other parts like Elwood or Albert Park or Port Melbourne all have already for a small amount of money. And it would cost us a lot more to create that land ourselves and maintain it. So it's actually a bargain. And we've had some figures already, and they're really like nearly, 2,000 families have signed up from the City of Port Phillip to have free access. And that's been interrupted our trial, but I think it's about nearly 5,000 people since November have had individual visits. So it's really popular. It was the most, not that that's all to go by, it was the most popular post council has ever posted. Got more shares and more likes than anything else I've seen in 5 years. But the bottom line, it's about equity. There are certain parts of the municipality that get a lot of investment because it's required and needed. But there are other parts of the municipality that also have needs. And this one is open space for an area and a municipality which is definitely under-resourced. So I ask councillors to support this amendment because it's a good opportunity, an innovative way in a city council that does not have access to large open spaces like perhaps other municipalities have, to give access as we talk about in our public space strategy and our 10-minute cities, to people that do not have it at the moment. Councillor Baxter.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I definitely support putting this back into the budget. I think that we've gotten an enormous amount of value for a very small amount of money with this outlay in the past, even considering the interrupted sort of visitation season with COVID. It's been shown time and time again that the area east of Brighton Road, St Kilda Road, has the lowest access to public space in the entire city of Port Phillip, with about 5 to 6% public space. That is similar to the roughly similar figure in the city of Glen Ira, which was looked upon with alarm that their access to open space was so low. So they cut a deal with the National Trust to get access to Ripponlea Gardens, and given the proximity of Ripponlea Gardens to Balaclava and Ripponlea, it's been very sensible for us to do so as well. In lieu of our ability to build a new park in sort of Balaclava, St Kilda, or even Ripponlea area, this is just an absolute bargain for us to get this sort of access to essentially get a free park and really just be contributing to the maintenance. And 50k wouldn't even pay for the full maintenance on that park. It wouldn't. When we consider how much we pay for maintenance of our parks, and we consider the quality of Ripponlea Gardens, which are absolutely gorgeous, we are making out like bandits here, and our community is massively benefiting from it. I have since we put that in, and I do want to give a shout out to, I know the Mayor would not want us to get through this debate without mentioning former Councillor Dick Ross and his role in helping us secure this. But when we got that through, the amount of emails I got from local residents who just said, "This is fantastic. We had no idea that this was here, and this has made such a big difference to us." So I'm very supportive of us continuing this arrangement. The value we get is undeniable.
Would anyone else like to speak to the amendment? Councillor Consultor.
Thank you very much. Can I ask a clarifying question first? Is that okay?
Sure.
Yeah. So if this doesn't get supported tonight, can you speak through about the opportunity that we might have if we wanted to bring it in later on, please?
Chris Carroll.
Through you, Mayor, this is just being released for consultation tonight, so you'll make your final decisions informed by public feedback and your own further consideration for the final budget. So as part of that, given it is a key part of the consultation process, you can make a decision either to exclude it or include it at that point.
Councillor Consultor.
Okay, thank you for that. So I've been on the fence about this one. I can see where people think it's paying for something outside of our area, but I'm looking at a map right now and I can see how it's quite important to the area. Yes, the new Elsternwick Park is in the area, but Brighton Road's a major barrier. And I live up in Port Melbourne, and I'm very, very lucky to be able to just turn any street and find open space very close by. And as a mother of small children, we use open space a lot. So I think as a representative of parents with young children, it's a very good opportunity to, at a low cost as stated, because I looked up today, it'd be $40 from me to take my family there for just a single visit. And that's just a once-off. And if you think about how many times I go to a park per week, it adds up quickly. So although people across the municipality might not think that this is what their rate should be going to, it feels like equity to me for the people who don't have that access just because where they are in the area, and that is a good deal for us. Thank you.
Councillor Bond.
Just like to point out, this isn't free. It's the ratepayers of Port Phillip that are picking up the tab here. I think based on usage, the average fee paid by Port Phillip per person who entered was about $13 or $14. So it's not even that great a bargain, given that's the actual admission fee to get in there, give or take $1 or $2. And to the point I made earlier about there being opportunities for us to save money and not put up our rates, well, this is probably a prime example. I know everyone thinks it's wonderful because you can go along to a park, but it's not in Port Phillip. It is crazy that we are giving money to a venue in another municipality at any time, let alone at a time when so many venues and so many businesses within Port Phillip would certainly love to receive a $50,000 handout from the city of Port Phillip. So I won't be supporting this, not surprisingly. I didn't support it originally, won't be changing my mind now. I'll urge my fellow councillors not to support this either, and at least show a little bit of respect for the process that we all went through. We all went through and came up with this budget. We all sat here, gave up our Saturdays and Sundays, and we all won, we all lost. Some of us lost more than others. But I think it's disappointing that people are now putting up other motions because a group decision that we all made didn't go their way. They've come back and thought, I'll have another go at that publicly through the chambers. So, I just find that disappointing. You sort of sit there and wonder why we all gave up our weekends if the decisions we made, and we made a group decision on this budget, which I think we've all come here tonight mostly prepared to accept, even though it isn't the way many of us would have liked, and to then see items like this getting thrown in is, in my opinion, quite disappointing. But I won't be supporting it, and hopefully others don't also, and we respect the process we went through that budget.
Would anyone else like to speak to the amendment? Councillor Martin.
Madam Mayor, if you'd asked me a month ago to speak on this, my comments would have been quite similar to Councillor Bond's, and I totally get what he's saying. However, I've done a lot of exploration of my own in the last few weeks. We are blessed in Gateway Ward, as Councillor Consultor mentioned, and we sometimes forget the lack of space, and I think I'd forgotten the lack of space in the Ripponlea Balaclava area, so I've taken the bicycle back to the area where I was brought up, born and raised next to the footbridge just behind Ripponlea Gardens, and as a child spent much of my childhood playing both on the railway line and in the Ripponlea Gardens. It would be marvellous if we had our own green space available in that area, council land that parents could take their children to and could access. We don't have that at the moment. Hopefully this council or future council will be able to generate that. But in the short term, the opportunity cost of allowing the local residents to access a very lovely park area metres away from the city of Port Phillip is probably a far cheaper option than council setting up its own green space within our own part of Port Phillip near there. So I've had a bit of an epiphany along the way, and perhaps if I'd had this epiphany a month ago, I might have spoken a little bit more strongly in favour of Ripponlea. I didn't speak strongly against it. I was very much on the fence a month ago. My own experience have now led me to support this motion.
Councillor Pearl.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. The process we're going through here in some way contradicts the effort that we've put in over several months. And by raising individual amendments in this fashion, we potentially run the risks of not appraising these, in some cases, very worthy initiatives against the opportunity cost of where that money should go. So in effect, if we allow these items to be put out in the draft budget, which have already been heavily considered by you councillors behind the scenes over several months and have been vigorously debated, you're effectively saying that the $50,000 for Ripponlea is more important than the things that aren't in the budget, such as support for the Fisherman's Bend Gymnastics Club, such as support to increase open space and facilities at Soul Green Reserve in South Melbourne, such as improving child maternal health care and domestic violence through the $25,000 in the caring mums. You're not allowing that process to take place. You're parachuting things in. Now, I would urge you to vote against these items here this evening that are being amended as part of the feedback that we get back on the council plan that's being released. It's everyone's right to put amendments up, and I fully respect the right, but I'm not here this evening putting up money for increased female sporting facilities in Gateway Ward or Fisherman's Bend Gymnastics Club, because I signed up to the process to respect everyone's decisions to build the council plan over several months and bring it to this council chamber intact as a holistic document that we can go out to the public with. Now is not the time to be making changes at the last minute. I only saw these changes shortly before I came into the chamber this evening. They were obviously worked on well beforehand, but I wasn't privy to those workings, unfortunately. So I think we should be looking at these items more holistically based on the the community feedback that councillors will receive. And it's very, very important that we weigh these decisions up, not unilaterally. We need to weigh them up holistically against the whole council plan. I'm voting against this, and I would encourage you to do the same thing.
Would anyone else like to speak to the amendment? Councillor Clark.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. We have spent the last 3 months, nights and weekends, going through a budget process, reviewing all expenditure across all council programs. All councillors had many opportunities to provide their input, and it's fair to say hard decisions were made. The process resulted in some new programs being introduced, some retired, some others reduced, and unfortunately some ceased. As a group, we achieved a consensus with councillors winning some and losing others, and that was the spirit by which the council budget process was entered into, as I understood it. And I can assure you that I probably lost more than I won, but I accepted the collective decision-making of the council or councillors. So it's extremely disappointing to see a budget which has achieved such a low, or a budget which has a low achievement in expenditure savings of approximately $60,000 based on the expenditure forecast, which is about 0.03% reduction, to see further expenditure being added to this budget before we've even gone out to consultation with the community to get their feedback. This item is still in the budget and it's up for consideration, which probably is the process we're about to go through. We've just finished discussing putting up rates for the community. In this time of hardship, we're actually asking the residents to pay more money through their rates, and now we're proposing to add another $50,000 to the expenditure. This is the payment. This $50,000 represents us paying money for access to an entrance to a park that's a national trust, and giving it free to all residents of the city of Port Phillip. I don't believe it's appropriate to compare the cost of paying for this park in comparison to other parks that we have across the municipality. And while the parkland across our municipality is not necessarily spread evenly, I don't dispute that. Council officers have previously provided information from the Fisherman's Bend Public Space Strategy that shows that the City of Port Phillip has 49 square metres of public open space per resident. Compare that to Yarra, which has 31 square metres of public open space per resident, and you compare that to Stonington, who has 20 square metres per resident of public open space. So it is fair to say that we are blessed in this municipality with a considerable amount of open space, but I acknowledge that it's not necessarily spread evenly. But you don't have to go too far to find some beautiful parks and gardens in our municipality. I lived in Balaclava for 10 years and I never suffered from lack of access to parks. To frame the debate that the options are as linear as buying or polarised as spending millions of dollars on buying blocks of land for parkland or paying for access to a National Trust park is not the basis by which I would probably consider the analysis and in making my decision about the $50,000 spend. As I said before, with with it very fresh in this chamber that we've just put out a draft budget that proposes to increase rates for the community. I cannot justify supporting this motion to spend another $50,000, particularly in light of the fact of the budget process that we have all gone through over the last 3 months.
Anyone else like to speak to the amendment? Councillor Copsey.
Just quickly, thank you very much, Mayor, for raising the amendment. Certainly, over my years on council, the one thing that everybody, it seems, can agree is a huge benefit, and one of the most valued things in our municipality is open space, our beautiful open spaces. I agree with many of the comments that have been made tonight around the success of this measure so far and the extent to which it's been appreciated by a community that doesn't have access to open space as easily as other sections of the city. I am supportive of this being retained. I want to see it continue to succeed and continue to be accessed by residents, and for knowledge in Port Phillip residents that they can access this beautiful place to continue to grow. I think we've seen great growth in use of the program so far. I'll remain interested in seeing how council can help to support that, support the awareness amongst community members, but I know that it's already being used and highly valued by local families, and I'm pleased to support this amendment tonight.
Would anyone else like to speak to the amendment, or can I close? It's really interesting again. I wish that there was a way of capturing the cost benefit of the mental health and physical wellbeing that open space adds to our community, which is a legislative requirement of us to provide those that availability and those options and the support around that for our community. And there's a lot of renters, there's a lot of people in flats in Ripponlea and Balaclava and East St Kilda, different to some sections where the people have yards. And so we actually have even more of a imperative to provide it to areas that probably have higher density living, and this is one of them. You know, we're framing it about a debate about ratepayers and all of that. It's actually about providing what our community needs. And when we spend, because of various decisions, having to spend $13 million on a park at the other end of the municipality due to contamination and land prices and a whole lot of things, and we're now talking about $50,000 for a year, or, you know, it would be great. I'd love to say it for 10 years, you know. It's a very small amount of money to give the same options to one end of the municipality to the other. And I do find it disappointing to hear many comments that this is not part of the process. We've been told again and again we all had the opportunity to put amendments in. This is part of the process. Something below the line that you want to fight for, that's what you do. It's been done budget and budget before. So the idea that this is something that we shouldn't do, aren't allowed to do, or should not consider, that's actually not how this thing works. It's about negotiating. It's about trying to find outcomes for your community. And this one I feel very passionately about, and I would like it to be included, and that's why I'm bringing it. There's lots of things I feel passionately about, but this one in particular, as a ward councillor, Ripponlea is in my ward. And I don't feel like I've done enough personally as a councillor for that area. So that is why I'm bringing it to you tonight to consider. And again, as I say, the investment for this, a small investment for the kind of health and wellbeing and mental health outcomes for our community, which are not measurable on a page, unfortunately, at this point in time, I reckon $50,000 would give us at least $1 million worth of benefit. Like, if you were going to multiply, it's that good. So I'm just going to ask you to consider putting it in the budget for our community to consult on, and realise that money is about investing in what's important. So let's put that vote to the vote. All those in favour of this amendment? That has failed. All right, back to the substantive motion. Where were we at? Was there someone else who would like to speak to the substantive motion? Councillor Baxter.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to speak a little bit about the budget, and then I will propose an amendment as well. So I just want to, with reference to the rate increase.
Can you read your amendment?
So my intention was to speak to the substantive, and then at the end of that, I would then propose
Okay, sorry,
an amendment.
I'm not clear yet.
Yep, cool. So with regard to the rate increase, that we have spent, as some councillors have said, quite a lot of time working with our fellow councillors and with officers in working out exactly how to meet the needs of our community and what we would need to budget in order to do that. And we've come to the conclusion that this rate increase is necessary. This rate increase would pay for a number of different services that the community dearly needs. And I really think it's important that people recognise the positive role that local government can play in improving people's lives, particularly in helping them when it comes to COVID. I know that some councillors have proposed that we have a 0% council rate rise. I note also that as people's rates are hardly affected by the council component and almost entirely affected by the value of their property, this would not give as much benefit as a lot of people would, as a lot of these councillors would suggest, but also that we would be taking $2 to $3 million out of the budget and essentially giving a windfall specifically to only those in the city of Port Phillip who own land. Now, 50% of our residents are renters and would get no benefit from a 0% rate rise. The evidence all over the world shows that tax cuts do not trickle down, landlords do not pass on these cuts. And in fact, you know, we've heard that, you know, people are doing it tough and they've lost their jobs. Why would they pass on to renters any less rates that they would have to pay? So we have to actually consider that if we were not, you know, so if we were to have this 1.5% rate rise and provide the universal services that everybody benefits from, and which we can also target to those who need it most, put that against specifically giving money only to those people who own land in the city of Port Phillip. I think it's pretty clear where the actual most benefit to the community would be, and that's in us continuing to provide the crucial services that we do and the best way to help our community recover from COVID. Now, I'm also going to propose an amendment, which I'm hoping can come up on the screen. So the amendment reads that we would add a new 3.3 point. Now it says 11 there, but given that the last amendment didn't get through, they would have to change to 10. Reinstated funding of, it's out there. So reinstated funding for the Friends of Sawai program, and request that officers develop a transition plan by the end of December 2021 that would reduce all funding to Friends of Sawai in a reasonable time frame. This plan would outline ways the Council can continue to support the Friendship without providing direct funding, and a plan to support the committee to source other income to support projects in Sawai.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor Consultor. Councillor Baxter.
Yeah, look, we've heard from members of the community who were shocked to see us, not even prepare any kind of transition plan, but just to completely cut a program that has been going for a very long time and supports our friendship agreement with Sawai that we signed, it was renewed only in late last year. I think that while we can acknowledge that there are budget pressures, and that we always have to make prioritisation and difficult decisions, it's not fair to simply withdraw funding, go from having that to absolutely nothing. I think that whenever we're in a situation like this, the most reasonable way to do it is to develop a transition plan whereby we can assist council programs that we would otherwise provide to be provided through other factors, and to also assist the community group that works with us to deliver these outcomes. So that is the reason why I'm intending to amend the draft budget to have this go back in.
Councillor Consultor.
Thank you. We've spoken a bit tonight about the process that we've gone through in the council plan, and I would say that I was very quick to say this doesn't belong as something that council pays for. And I still feel strongly about that, but what I have now considered a bit more is that we haven't really addressed this morally the right way with a transition out. And we went ahead and accepted the annual report and the strategic plan just a couple months ago without really looking at what this, then backing out of it. So I support that we need to look at a transition plan, and the only way to do that is probably to continue the services as they are now until we understand what that means. And I'd like to see it done sooner than later, but with good results after such a long history of this. Now, I think we all have different reasons why we vote different ways, as even on the last one was probably a bit unexpected. But these things, some things are in, some things are out. But this one, I find that we need to consider our impact and ultimately get out of this as well, though. Thank you.
Would anyone else like to speak to the amendment? Councillor Pearl.
Thanks very much. I won't be supporting the amendment, but I'm not going to try and convince you not to support it. I just want to justify where I'm coming from. I've voted for this program and the annual report every year for the first 3 years on council, and every two of those 3 times asked for a plan about what the organisation was looking at in terms of transitioning away from council resources. I guess I would say I became frustrated last year that I wasn't seeing any concrete action towards a plan to move away from council resources, and then I voted against it, which the returning councillors would remember. The amount of money we're providing here is significant. The benefit over a long period of time, given the consistency of the investment that's been made by ratepayers and the council, I imagine has been substantial to the local community in East Timor. But I think we need to move, and I think that there's probably a majority of councillors here indicating from what was discussed behind the scenes that it's time to move this organisation on in terms of our support for it based on the priorities of the council moving forward for the next 10 years or so. I think my concern is with, again, I'll use the word kicking the can down the road for another year, is it creates a fair amount of uncertainty for the community group, and I understand the intention of the motion is to provide a sufficient runway to allow them to presumably increase their revenue or provide decent transition arrangements. But there is a council officer involved, and the council did review this program publicly last year, so it shouldn't have come as much as a surprise, I don't think, to the organisation that, again, it was under review. But there is a council officer that is involved with this program who's effectively had their role under review for 2 years, which is not a good way to treat council staff. So I do have some sympathy for that argument, but I don't see enough push, and I'm not closely associated with the group. Councillor Baxter has served admirably with that group for some time and knows it like the back of his hand. I don't have that knowledge. I've only met them on the periphery. I have read their annual report every year, obviously, but I don't see a willingness from the organisation to transition at a speed whereby they would actually be committed to the process. They may be shocked that it's happening quite quickly now, but I would suggest that that shock perhaps would have been hastened a few years ago if they'd moved towards a transition plan 2 or 3 years ago, when it was fairly clear that some councils, including myself, were sending signals that perhaps the strategic direction of the council would change in the next 4 or 5 years, and that appears to be happening at the moment, even by this council motion, which appears to recommend that we transition to a different future. So I understand what the motion is trying to do, but I'm not going to try and convince you to vote against it, but I will be voting against it for the reasons I've just outlined here this evening. Thanks, guys.
Anyone else like to speak to the amendment? Councillor Clark.
From what I've read, the Friends of Suai does great work, and the ratepayers of Port Phillip have funded this organisation for many years, as some of the speakers discussed tonight. I've mentioned this in previous motions, but many difficult decisions have been made in relation to the budget, and this is one of them. I have no doubt that the cause is very worthy. However, with the hard decisions that we need to make, there are other levels of government that should be sought for funding for this, such as the federal government, who is the provider of foreign aid on behalf of all Australians. It's my understanding from our discussions that the council would continue to support them with second-hand equipment and other items where we can, and I'm fully supportive of that. I too was going to mention that the funding for this group was questioned through the budget process last year, so it shouldn't, and that's unfortunate, but it shouldn't come as a surprise to the organisation that this could come up again and a different outcome may result in this budget versus the discussions and voting that happened last year. So it should not be a complete surprise. However, I understand that it is a difficult outcome, but we are in the business as councillors in coming to difficult decisions, particularly in this budget process. So there is no good time for funding to cease for any community group or for anyone relying on ratepayers' funds, but unfortunately it needs to happen. And I guess the question for the Friends of Suai is, what is their business plan to replace the ratepayers' funding after all these years? So that was my question, and for those reasons I won't be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Firstly, can I commend every councillor who's spoken on this motion. You've made very considered comments. I'm sure anyone listening to this online will be very impressed at the standard of the debate, and there are elements in what everyone has said that I cannot help but agree with. With Councillor Consultation, I don't believe that in a type of budget crisis, Council should be making any long-term commitment, even though this is a very, very worthy cause, but probably given the other issues that we're dealing with as a council, we should probably be concentrating our efforts on things nearer to home. Having said that, I'm not privy to all the discussions of last year, but my understanding is at least that those people involved with this organisation do seem very, very surprised that their funding may well be disappear overnight. There have been some dreadful disasters happening into the north of Australia in the last week or two, so this is not a particularly good time for us to be removing all of their funding. I'm not sure whether the amount of money in the motion is the correct amount of money that we should be putting into this organisation. I'd love at some stage before the end of the budget process to have a better understanding of what that is. But just at the moment, given that this is a draft budget, given that I'm very reluctant to cut off at the knees a group which is dealing with some people who are in a very, very stressful situation overseas, I would prefer that it stayed in the draft budget, because it's much easier, I think, to take things out during a consultation process than to put things in, and that by the time this comes back to Council, I'd be interested with Councillor Baxter's assistance to see exactly what that money would get us, whether we can make any reductions. But yeah, my starting point would be that it stays in the budget at the moment, and in the consultation process we see where it goes from there. So I will be supporting the amendment.
Would anyone else like to speak to the amendment? I will quickly. think we need to point out that when we talk about rates cap and all that, that actually the money that would go back into people's pocket is on average between $25 to maybe $100 on average. So it's not a huge amount that you will notice in your day-to-day budget. And yet this amount changes lives. This small amount changes. They've given apprenticeships, traineeships, they've given education, they've helped build democracy, they've helped health and their community and get jobs and train. And it may be the thing that for some councillors we want to phase out of, but to cut it off at a time when our friends in East Timor, which the previous council signed up to, so is still a current commitment, when they've just had major flooding, the worst flooding they've had in 40 years, and that is going to decimate their opportunity to deal with COVID and vaccinations, I would ask that we work on a transition plan. And it may be a very quick transition plan, but it is inappropriate. I feel very uncomfortable as a councillor who made that commitment on a previous council to remove it now. We also have amazing trivia nights hosted by an amazing trivia host where you can find out lots of information about the incredible work that is being done by the community in Suai. And I'm sure many of the members of our advisory committee would be happy to take you through the extensive programs that they've offered over the last 10 years. And yes, it's a different council and there are, perhaps moving in a different direction. But I do want to support this amendment because now is not the time to remove an important funding source for Timor, this particular part of Timor, and for the officer involved who can help them in this time that they need it. I'd ask you that you would consider it as part of the budget process, as part of what we need to do as friends of Suai, Kovalima. I really, in some ways, don't have any words. This is definitely something we can move out of, but now is not the time. I would ask you to just to think of people. We also have lots of financial supports for our own community who are struggling with rates, and I encourage people, anyone who's talking here tonight, to reach out to our officers and discuss those options. We have them in place. We have more than the average council in that regard, so for any of our ratepayers who are struggling, there are options of deferral, of all sorts of things, of discounts. So please look into that. But this space, we need to step up and be good, global citizens and a good global municipality. Would anyone else like to speak to the amendment? Councillor Sirikoff.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. While this is a hard decision, we did go through the process over the past few months of trying to find what was above the line and what was below the line so that we could deliver a draft budget plan. And this is one of the ones that we put below the line, and how it would fit in the affordability to the ratepayers, along with quite a number of other programs. Just because it isn't a part of the budget going forward, it does not mean that those people who are passionate about the Friends of Suai and what they do, that they can't continue to support this group. It's not the end of it. We all have our own causes that we love to support, but that doesn't mean that we have everybody in this municipality coming forward and saying, please support my cause. I have my own causes that I love to support, but I don't come to council and ask for money. So I would like to ask the community out there, if this is something that's really a part of your passion to support these people, please go to the Friends of Suai and give money to them. But to be continuing to ask council, after 20 years of support for ongoing, I think it's about time that this group takes off its trainer wheels and find support in other areas. It's not, though, that this group will fall apart, because 65% of the support comes from council and 35% from other sources. So it's still an ongoing cause. Thank you.
I think that's everyone, isn't it? Would anyone else like to speak to it? Or can we get Councillor Baxter to close?
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Madam Mayor, point of order, there's no closing to an amendment.
Yes, there is.
We'll just get some clarity.
There is. You can close an amendment. I read it the other day. So, Councillor Baxter.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, yeah, just look, in closing, I think that, you know, again, we've heard the argument that, you know, that because we've all spent time developing this budget, that now we can't change a bit of it. It's absolutely never been the case, and amendments have almost... I can't think of a draft budget that actually wasn't amended in my time on council. It's a very common occurrence and is actually part of the process of developing the draft budget, and that is why we're doing this. With regards to, you know, getting council support for certain causes, the reason why council has supported this particular cause is because in, you know, 1999 and 2000, a number of local governments across Australia and presumably in other parts of the world, but certainly in Australia, signed friendship agreements with municipalities in East Timor after their independence, and they've all resourced them in different ways, you know, some of them more and some of them less, but all of them have resourced them, because what's the point of having a friendship agreement if you're not actually going to put any effort into it or any resourcing? And it was recognised that, you know, that local government had a really important part to play in Australia in working with East Timorese municipalities to help them develop their municipalities. And that doesn't... Yes, it has been 20 years and a lot of progress has been made, but the recent floods and other issues show that, you know, that East Timorese, these institutions that we've helped them build them up are, you know, still not as resilient as they could be, and they're still deserving of support. This program has done so many amazing things. We hear about it in the annual report when it's presented to us. So, you know, stuff like the village lighting scheme, scholarships, hygiene programs, and the one seed tree planting programs. All of these things are amazing, and we're able to leverage a relatively small investment into life-changing and world-changing outcomes. So I think that if we've signed a friendship agreement and we intend to be friends of Suai, all of us, then, you know, we should be serious about that. And to date, that has meant resourcing that in a particular way. I'm happy for us to look at different ways we can resource that friendship and different ways we can show our support. But we wouldn't really be friends of Suai if we just stopped supporting altogether.
All right, I'm going to put that amendment to the vote. All those in favour? That amendment has passed. So that will become part of the substantive motion.
Sorry, can we have that under division, please?
Yes, sure. All those in favour? Councillor Baxter, Councillor Consultor, Councillor Crawford, Councillor Copsey, Councillor Martin. All those against? Councillor Bonds, Councillor Sirikoff, Councillor Pearl, Councillor Clark. So we're returning to the substantive motion now, which includes the reinstatement of the money for Friends of Suai. Can I get just some governance advice? I've kind of lost track of who's spoken to the substantive motion, if I may, Kirsty. Sorry, I know I haven't, but I'm pretty sure most other people have. Sorry.
Through you, Mayor, my records show that councillors Copsey, Martin, Pearl, Baxter, Clark, Bond, Clark, Sirikoff and Baxter have spoken.
So I'm the only one who hasn't. Councillor Consolo and Councillor Consolo. Okay, so I will quickly speak to the substantive motion before we go back to Councillor Copsey to close. Sorry, I lost track of that in that big debate. Guess what? I love paying my rates as a ratepayer of the City of Port Phillip because I love where it goes. It's back into my community, investing in great things that make us a great municipality. And I look around and I think, yeah, look at all the great things we do, how we invest, how we've improved the property values of our municipality over time, how we've made people's lives better because of the services we offer or the programs or the upgrades of buildings that allow sporting teams to have better access, better, female toilets or clean beaches or looking at innovative ways to do things. I really love that. I genuinely know that it's an investment back in my community. Because that's what we're talking about. Our council plan, our health and wellbeing plan, our community vision. It's about keeping on the good things and improving where we can, where we need to, and looking to the long term. And one of the things that strikes me about the long term, and this is, part of this is a 10-year plan, we have some really scary, giant challenges coming towards us. Challenges that we need to be financially sustainable for and that we need to be really, looking to how we're going to address them. Climate change, sea level rise, coastal erosion, contamination basically across the whole municipality. Fisherman's Bend is rated as catastrophic in terms of how it's going to be funded, and there is a whole other community that we are responsible for helping have great facilities like we do in the rest of the municipality. And although that will happen over time, we've got a lot of people moving in there. So there is going to be a requirement to focus on those newer residents and what comes there. And we know we need major infrastructure down there. And obviously a lot of advocacy will be required to other levels of government to fund it. But we'll still have our part to play. We've got flooding in Elwood. We've got weight capping is a challenge in itself to remain long-term financially sustainable because the gap gets bigger every year when you are not meeting CPI increases. And there's also densification, which comes with its challenges, like how do we fund and buy and create more open space in a place that doesn't have many open spaces left. And creating them, particularly in Fisherman's Bend, is going to be a big, expensive challenge, but one that is necessary. So I look at all of these things, obviously needing to transform waste management, which is a major change that's going to cost a lot more money, and a lot of behavioural change. And also looking at supporting our traders and high streets in an economic emergency, and also looking at major, obviously, technological change, which just keeps coming at us. It's always there. And I think, that's what our rates needs to go back into. We need to pool our money collectively to create a better municipality for everyone. And we have not just some people, so we should definitely be supporting the people who really need it, but we should target that support to the groups that need it, not the traders that are doing really well. They can afford to pay their rates, not to people who didn't lose their jobs during COVID, but target. So put that support to the side and listen to our various advisory committees about where they think money could be well spent. Look for innovative ideas. So it's about not just putting back $50 in a lot of people's pockets, because that doesn't do much good collectively, and there's about a big portion of our residents who would miss out on any benefit whatsoever. So let's target our support. Let's put out a budget and be really financially sustainable, but also look where there's going to be budget bids that come at us. There's going to be a lot of good ideas our community are going to bring to us as part of this process, and I'm looking forward to hearing them, because for some small investments by council, often you can get big outcomes, big volunteering outcomes, big beneficial health outcomes. So let's hear from our community about what they want us to invest in, how we can make the community that they live in better. I'm really interested in hearing that. So yes, I am happy to support this draft budget going out and to also hear of the other ideas from the community, because I know they're out there. They're already emailing us before the draft budget's even out, and I look forward to hearing the feedback over the next month. Councillor Consultor.
Sorry, I decided to speak. I do understand the pleas of ratepayers to keep the rate low. Across the process, I was keen to see the efficiencies to achieve this. I do understand the impact that we have on ratepayers as a ratepayer myself, but also that the many roles of council and pressures that I've been learning on this very steep learning curve in the last half a year. It was also tempting to support a zero rate rise for another reason, for people to understand the huge rises they see are actually the increase in property prices often, and it's out of the control of council. I too wanted to look at a rate rise that was more like a 1%, something lower than the 1.5 rate cap. But ultimately this is where we've ended up, and I think after a lot of consideration on this that it's the right thing to do for achieving the service levels and expectations of our community. I look forward to the opportunity for feedback in this process that we're approving tonight. There's room for some movement in this budget, not much, but there might be projects we understand that are more passionate than others. So please be involved in the process. Thank you.
All right, Councillor Copsey.
Thank you. Beautifully spoken, Mayor. I echo a lot of what you just said. For me, each year, one of the things that I love about being a representative of this community is the strength of care that I see demonstrated. The strength of understanding that we are stronger when we work together. The strength of understanding that when we invest in good services and support for our community, for everyone, for the stuff that everybody uses, like our parks and beautiful gardens, our beautiful foreshore, which we love, but, you know, it is a distinct cost to maintain and clean and patrol and all of these things. There are lots of things day to day that I think... I was having a conversation with a resident recently who commented that a lot of the stuff that council does, you don't notice until something has gone wrong. So just the mere fact that we have officers, we have workers out every day cleaning our beaches, grooming our beaches, making sure that they're free of litter. It's something that you would notice instantly if we stopped doing it, but it's something that we all receive a benefit from, whether we're up early enough walking the dog to to notice it happening or not. And I think that's just one of those key examples. I want to thank the officers who work day in to day out to support our community. I know that you all are part of this organisation because you share that passion that many in our community do for making this a better place. I also want to thank the officers for the incredibly disciplined work that you do year in, year out in developing not only the annual budget, but our updates to our budget. It's an ongoing process. I want to acknowledge the huge amount of effort that goes in on an ongoing basis and has been the practice in this council for many years in locating efficiencies where we can, but doing that in a way that preserves the value to our community that council services provide. We've heard some fantastic examples of things that the community is passionate about tonight: childcare, making sure that we continue to support our arts and creative community. These are beautiful facets of our community that we do need to continue to invest in to make sure that we deliver the benefit for everybody. So I hear some of the points raised in debate tonight. What I would say is that I agree that we're in a time when we do need to be disciplined and we do need to be focused on where we expend our effort. But at this time in our history, with some of the challenges that Mayor Crawford spoke of, what we need to be doing as a council is making sure that we are taking a responsible position in terms of the long-term sustainable financial position of council, but also the long-term well-being of our community. And the way that we do that is by responsibly chipping in together to make sure that all of the good things that we value about this beautiful part of the world that we are lucky to be stewards of continue to be maintained, continue to be improved, and that we are in a good position that when some of those big future challenges come up, and they will, we, as all good governments at the moment, in this pretty historic period of disruption that we are living through, still have the capacity to rise to those challenges and continue to deliver the great things that I know are deeply valued in our community. Thank you to everybody who's participated so far in the process. Now begins the actual consultation period, so I look forward to hearing the community's views on what's outlined in this budget currently. I will draw attention to the small number of temporary and permanent service level reductions that are included in this budget. I'm particularly keen to hear community views on those, and I look forward to hearing the community's responses to this council plan and vision, which I'm really proud to put out for consultation.
All right, let's put that to the vote, councillors. All those in favour? That is carried unanimously. Okay, let me just find my appropriate papers. So this is part 3. I thought we'd finished. Oh, sorry, everyone. There's another part. Okay, so we do have a slight change to the, is it 3.7 of part 3? So we're just adding and releases it for public consultation. So do we have any questions, councillors, of the officers of this part? Do I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Martin, Councillor Baxter, Councillor Martin.
Madam Mayor, I think everything that needs to be said has already been said. I simply commend this document, not just to council but to the public, and we've tried to combine as much as possible into one document rather than council putting things out in 2 or 3 separate stages. We've combined these documents into one big document, which I think is going to make it far easier for people. So, yeah, I just commend this document to you, to the public, and I look forward to your responses.
Councillor Baxter.
Everything Councillor Martin said.
Would anyone else like to speak to part 3 of the motion? Councillor Martin. Let's put that to the vote. All those in favour? That is passed unanimously. Okay, folks, we are on to item 15, which is notices of motion. Now, I do need to clarify a little bit more around this. As advised at the start of the meeting, report 15.1, which was a notice of motion for Rainbow Local Government raised by Councillor Copsey, has been included from the ordinary meeting of Council on the 7th of April. Given that the vote was invalid, this remains a live motion and therefore does not require moving again. The motion stands as having been moved by Councillor Copsey and seconded by Councillor Baxter. As the process was compromised and time has passed since consideration of the motion at that 7th of April meeting, it is appropriate that councillors are aware of their colleagues' views so that they can make an informed decision, and therefore councillors will be given the opportunity to speak again to the motion. So let's start with Councillor Copsey. Councillor Copsey, would you like to speak to the motion?
While I have the right to speak fulsomely to this motion again, given the hour and the number of the length of the meeting so far, I'm just going to say that I'm very pleased that we have an opportunity to consider this again, and then I think I will just reserve my right to close.
Councillor Baxter.
I'll speak briefly. I want to acknowledge all of the members of the community who have reached out to me in the past couple of weeks expressing their dismay, shock and horror at what occurred a couple of weeks ago. I acknowledge that all councillors had reasons for voting the way they did, but it has certainly been made clear to me through not just the personal contacts that have been made to me, but listening to the reaction on radio and newspapers and on social media of how deeply hurt the LGBTIQA+ community has been by what has been seen as a rejection I just want us to really acknowledge and as former Councillor Brand said, acknowledge that while we are a leader in this space, that doesn't mean that you can take your foot off the pedal, that it actually, leadership requires you to keep going, requires you to keep leading. You can't just put it aside because you're feeling like you're sitting pretty. Leadership actually means you have higher expectations. Because we're a leader in the pride space and the queer space, there are higher expectations that people should absolutely be able to feel safer here in the city of Port Phillip than they might elsewhere. It's not. I don't think that should be an unrealistic expectation. I don't think we should be saying to people that no, we've done enough. So my hope is that after the storm of reaction to this over the past couple of weeks, that we can now come to some decision here that will really send a very clear message to the queer community that Port Phillip is still a leader in this space, still absolutely supportive of that community, and still willing to work with them to work for inclusion. And I would also just like to thank the people who came here tonight to speak to that. So, yeah.
Councillor Consultor.
I'd like to move an amendment, if I can, at this moment.
Okay. Could we get that up on the screen, please?
All right, the change in the first 1.1 would be to add can be considered by Council prior to June 2021 to inform the final 2021 to 31 Council plan and budget. And then there's an addition of 1.6, notes the work undertaken in relation to parts 1.1 to 1.3 of this resolution will be integrated with other work being undertaken as part of an overarching diversity and inclusion framework being developed by the CEO for future consideration by Council.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor Martin. Councillor Consollo, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Yes, thank you. I was on leave during the last meeting and appreciate the opportunity to cast my vote on this item tonight. From discussions and listening to the meeting a fortnight ago, I do believe majority of councillors support the work around inclusion raised by the Rainbow Tick accreditation, but the main questions are when and how much. The alternative motion I'm proposing asks for a costed program of works by a certain date before any budget is allocated, and requests the work be integrated within a wider diversity and inclusion framework, which is in various stages for First Nations people, people of all genders, people with a disability, LGBTIQA+, multicultural communities, and age-friendly. For this, it may take longer, but it will give a more resource-efficient and comprehensive result for our community. And the reason for the request by June 2021 will allow council officers the opportunity to work this into similar work already planned for 21-22 financial year, if feasible. Should there be any budget requirements, we will have the chance to assess when it will be most appropriate to allocate funds across the life of the council plan, 2021 to 2031, but of course the sooner the better to make all of our community included.
Thank you. Councillor Martin.
Firstly, can I echo everything that Councillor Consollo has said? And it's interesting that if this amendment is carried, it'll be the third iteration of the motion that we've seen. It's getting better every time. I really don't want to come back with the fourth and fifth version if we can avoid it, but it's interesting that with the debate that we've had, and I've spoken with a number of councillors, some of whom voted for the motion last time and some of whom didn't, I think there's a general feeling around the table that we really want to support all the various minority groups in our community. I don't believe there is anyone around the table who really doesn't want to do that. It was, as Councillor Consolidus says, perhaps more a question of how we did it and how the funding was done. I think if we accept this amendment, we're being very, very clear that we're not committing a specific amount of funds. It's got to come back to us in 5 or 6 weeks' time before we can add it into the budget process. And I particularly like the second amendment, if we could scroll down there, 1.6, we're looking at covering some of the work that previously wasn't funded in sections 1.1, 2 and 3, which can be taken up by existing office staff, by existing council officers. And secondly, what I really love is we're actually looking at an overarching diversity and inclusion framework. Now, when we were at OPCC the other day and we were talking about what they wanted, they were talking about, for example, why don't we have a diversity advisory, a disabilities advisory group and so on. So there are a whole raft of things that we're going to be looking at that's going to make our council even more effective than it currently is in dealing with those groups in the community who in the past have been marginalised. So I think this is going to be a really, really good outcome for us if we accept this amendment, so I commend it to you.
Councillor Pearl.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If I may ask a clarifying question. Is it council officers' understanding, or perhaps the mover,
Sorry, Councillor Pearl, I can't quite hear you clearly, sorry.
Sorry, that's, I'm sure, better.
Yes,
perhaps the officers could clarify, if this amendment is passed, would this become part of the budget process, or would it be considered by council prior to the budget process, then included in the budget process? So are we including this? Is your interpretation of the motion, of the amendment, that it would be put part of the budget process as the other two amendments we just passed before, or it would be considered before the budget and then put into the budget?
Through you, Mayor, we would endeavour to do this if there were budget implications in this for 21-22. We would endeavour to, because the motion asks us to be a costed program, so we'd endeavour to do this if there were budget implications for next financial year, to do it in time to inform the next financial year's budget. But the motion is asking us to think about, I think, to answer your question, Councillor Pearl, how we integrate this, use existing resources, and whether there's a need for additional resources next year. If there is, then we would endeavour to do that in time for your consideration of that within the final budget.
So it'd be moved as a variation as part of the budget motions, not as a separate motion?
It would be brought back as a report, and we would do it in time to inform the budget process. It may be the same meeting or it may be before. Thank you.
Would anyone else like to speak to the amendment? Councillor Copsey?
Yep.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Yeah. So speak to the amendment, yes. Thank you, Councillor Consultor, for bringing this. I'm pleased to support this amendment. The original motion was talking about bringing back a costed program of work. This just clarifies the timeline in which we will do that and makes clear that should there be cost implications, that's something that Council can consider to inform this Council plan and budget. So I'm entirely happy with the amendment as proposed, and also note that the original motion as moved did reference the broader inclusion work, but I'm pleased to see that we've got some further clarity around the process that the CEO and the organisation are considering for that. So thank you very much for bringing this tonight.
Would anyone else like to speak to the amendment? Councillor Clark?
Since this was discussed in Council a couple of weeks ago, I've received quite a bit of feedback from the community and many people were not supportive of increasing expenditure through this initiative, and many who'd like to see it passed. What many in the community weren't aware of is that we had spent the last 3 months going through this exhaustive budget process, and that we had actually made decisions about all items of council expenditure, somewhat line by line, and reducing, increasing and varying the expenditure. And that process the draft process had concluded a couple of weeks ago. So this was information I was able to provide to some people who didn't understand that process that we'd gone through. And as we can see from the budget we've tabled tonight, we're putting out a draft budget that increases rates by 1.5%. This decision was made to put up rates because we couldn't find the savings for the community with a rate freeze. And given that the difficult decisions that led to the rate freeze, I find it hard to support this motion that we are going to then propose potential costs in funding this initiative. Because where are the alternative savings going to come from? We've supported or had to review childcare, sustainability, climate change, music festivals, all those things have come under scrutiny, and we've come up with a draft budget. And now this was not brought up as part of that process for the last 3 months when we've been having our discussions, and now we're looking at additional costs as part of the process. Now, I note the comments on the motion that say that we're requesting a costed program of work from the CEO. However, it was only last week that council officers provided us with cost estimates for each of these items. And item number 1, the cost estimate to appoint with the quote was the most efficient way was to potentially appoint an officer to implement item number 1, and that would have a cost of potentially $120,000 a year. Item number 2 also has a cost. It's not that people aren't supportive of these initiatives, but the costs attached with potentially part of an officer's time. And item number 3 also, we've been advised of estimates from council officers for these costs. So we do have estimates on what it would cost to implement this program. So we are informed as councillors about what we're asking for here because we have that information. And, you know, we need to ask ourselves, because I've heard this discussed and raised many times, if we divert the work of officers to these programs, then what is it they're not going to do that we've already, in essence, funded by the budget choices we've made? And I've heard and have no reason to doubt that officers are already fully stretched. So, you know, the conversations around we can divert officers, I'm not sure how realistic that is. I am supportive of the intent of the motion, and I would be happy to support this if the project was commenced using existing council resources. But unfortunately, from what I can see of the motion, that's not what we're proposing at this stage. Thank you.
Would anyone else, sorry, I had a mouthful of food. Anyone else like to speak to the amendment? Councillor Baxter.
Yeah, I haven't spoken to the amendment yet. I spoke to the substantive. Just so you're across.
What was it, sorry?
I'm just saying, yeah, I haven't spoken to the amendment yet. I spoke to the substantive.
That's fine.
Yeah. Look, just really clear. So, thank you, Councillor Consultor, for putting this amendment. I think it makes what I thought was already a pretty clear motion even clearer, which is fine. Let's do that, and that's important. I think in the end, when I ran for council, there were a number of different priorities that were put to me, and some of them came in the form of pledges, but only a few, right? So, to say that, you know, these sorts of things should be weighed up just like everything else, well, when you sign a pledge, when I signed a pledge, I am kind of giving that special treatment. You're making a very specific promise. You're not just making a general promise, you're making a very specific promise. And I remember when I signed that pledge, it was not, yeah, I'll do these things. There was no little tick box that said, you know, only if I can specifically find X amount of dollars or anything like that. The pledge said I would do those things. And in my view, if you take a pledge like that, you either keep the pledge or you break the pledge. And my intention is to stay true to my community. If I make a promise to my community, I'm going to keep that rather than break it. So my intention is to continue staying true to my community.
Anyone else like to speak to the amendment? Councillor Pearl. Oh, well, actually, Councillor Sirikoff, you had your hand up. Did you want to speak to the amendment? Yep. Sorry, Councillor Pearl.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Even though there was an error in the voting process a fortnight ago, looking on the positive side, it has given us time to consider the motion tonight and we've had the opportunity to hear from residents on this topic. On the downside, I was disappointed to read false and misleading claims in social media.
Councillor Sirikoff, I would advise you to not go there. I'd like to seek some governance on this, if I may, Kirsty.
I think she needs to talk to the amendment.
Well, because also...
Can we just adjourn, please?
Sure. I wasn't going to name anybody.
So, Councillor Sirikoff, you may continue, but it does need to be relevant to the motion.
It is.
Yes, please.
It's definitely relevant to the pledge.
Oh, the amendment, sorry.
So there were claims in social media and newspapers that I had broken an election promise by voting against this motion 2 weeks ago. These claims are disingenuous because there was no mention of cost in the Rainbow Pledge. So I was dismayed to learn in the original motion a cost estimate that was was estimated at $200,000. I am committed to ensuring that our city is safe for our rainbow community and for all of the community, but I also am committed to fiscal responsibility for the ratepayers. In support of where I stood with the pledge, another candidate who stood for council, Jeffrey Conahan, who is a resident of St Kilda, sent a letter to a number of the councillors this week in which he said that he has lived in St Kilda since 1987, is a gay man and was a founding co-convener of the Victorian Gay and Lesbian Rights Lobby. He was surprised that the Pride Gay and Lesbian Rights Lobby has focused on City of Port Phillip when there are dozens of other councils that should be the focus of the lobby's attention. There is already a senior position at City of Port Phillip for community wellbeing and inclusion, which can achieve many of the accreditation goals. Jeffrey did sign the Rainbow Pledge when he stood as a candidate in the 2020 council election and thought there was no indication or expectation of expenditure, rather a realignment of awareness, and there was no monetary cost attached to the pledge. I too read the pledge in the same light as Jeffrey, where we would be seeking and supporting the gay and lesbian community by making their situation visible. I also received feedback from other gay people in the community who told me they are more concerned about community safety on the streets, crime and drugs, and also the high cost of rates in Port Phillip, and question an audit that delivers and questions an audit that delivers for the LGBTI community when council policies already are compliant with the law. This council has done more than any other council to support the LGBTI community. I also want to highlight, which I did say like 2 weeks ago, we can be proud of the City of Port Phillip, which has secured the Pride Centre by contributing $13 million to the land of $13 million of the land to the project. We can be proud we are a major sponsor of the Midsummer Festival. We can be proud of the annual Pride March costing council some $135,000. Our council is an equal opportunity employer and does not discriminate based on gender or sexuality. Council does have a policy on diversity and inclusiveness. Port Phillip has already established its rainbow credentials. As already mentioned earlier on tonight and many times, over the past few months, councillors have spent many hours at workshops to discuss the budget plan presented tonight. Unfortunately, there was no mention of this rainbow tick accreditation. So, what do we do? To fund this motion, I'm wondering which of the council programs will be reduced in 2021. If none, then it should be absorbed by council staff in 21-22. Otherwise, this accreditation funding should be held over as a part of the next budget for 22-23, when we have already so many other competing projects which council is already supporting. I would like to get some clarification. Is it possible that this accreditation can be wait 12 months for 22-23?
So that's the end of you. I can't
Thank
do
you.
it. Thank you. Yep. Would anyone else like to speak to the amendment?
If I may, Madam Mayor.
Yes, Councillor Pearl.
Thank you very much. The small comment I have on the amendment, which I haven't frankly made my mind up about, so the vote's still up for grabs, is that under 1.1, I understand what the amendment's trying to do, but effectively we already have this information. So in the past 2 weeks, thanks to Councillor Martin behind the scenes, we were issued a 9-page dossier effectively with all the information required for the report that is being requested in 1.1. So essentially, all we're doing here is exactly what we did in the previous motions in terms of adding additional items into the existing budget remit and making sure that those items are put in this budget year instead of future budget years, which I'd be interested to see why that's the best thing to do. And why we need more information when we actually already have that information.
Councillor Consultor.
Can I ask a clarifying question on that then? The information that's been provided so far might be not... Is it the same as when we do it more inclusively with the integrated, what we've received versus what we will receive if this passes?
Okay, Peter Smith.
Through you, Mayor, the information was put together quite quickly. I think this gives us a bit more time to have a considered approach, including how we could phase that in and minimise additional costs. So the information was put together quickly. You did receive, I think a 9-slide bit of information request to some budget information. The additional point in terms of how we might integrate it with existing access and inclusion work may also allow us to find some scale, if you like, or efficiencies from the use of officers' time. So we may come back with different information to the information that was provided to you quickly. This gives us a bit of extra time to really think through that and what would be the reasonable time to do these things and the costs associated with that. Hence my answer to the previous question that if there was additional budget requirement for 21-22, we'd make sure we bring it in before the final budget was decided. And that was if there is. So it would give us additional time to think through those costs and how best to do it in the most efficient way.
Would anyone else like to speak to the amendment? If not, Councillor Consolo, would you like to close? All right, let's put that amendment to the vote. All those in favour? That motion the amendment has passed. So now it's a substantive motion that we're speaking to. Again, I might, Kirsty, need to clarify who's spoken. It's only just Councillor Baxter and Councillor Copsey. That's okay. So we're back to the substantive motion with the amendments. Would anyone like to speak to that motion? Councillor Martin.
Madam Mayor, firstly I'd like to apologise to a number of the, I'm not sure how to describe this, I don't want to use the term minority, groups in our community who have suffered various forms of disadvantage over the years, and I feel I've let you down because in the budget process I didn't raise these issues, and I thank Councillor Copsey for raising them, and I would have been far more pleased with myself if I'd been able to come up with this much earlier, so we could have included this in the budget process. So I apologise to my fellow councillors, to the community, and particularly for some people in those groups who have been affected by the debate, and I feel I've let you down. Having said that, I believe that the motion that we've put together at the moment for all the things that we've heard is probably a far better outcome than we had 2 weeks ago. We're not committing any expense at the moment. With the discussions that I've had off the record with council officers, I think there are going to be all sorts of economies of scale that are going to reduce the expenses. It may be that there is no expense required or very little expense required in the first year of the 10-year plan as we put together our, hopefully, two advisory committees to get this process off the ground, and then those advisory committees would work with council officers to drive the various processes that will come out of it, including the rainbow tick. So we'll make those decisions about costs when that information comes back to us. So thank you, CEO, for bringing that to our attention. I spoke quite passionately in support of the original motion, and I don't want to go over all this ground, but my own experiences many, many years ago let me know that this was not the most friendly part of the world for those people who came from a variety of diverse backgrounds. We've set the lead in Port Phillip in addressing many of those areas, and as I said last week, we are one of the leaders in Australia, but there is still a whole lot more to do, and the implementation of this motion, if it's carried, is going to allow us to continue to be a leader in Australia in addressing the needs of a whole variety of people in our community that perhaps we can support even better than we have.
Would anyone like to speak to the motion? Councillor Pearl.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I didn't sign the pledge. I think I'm the only one of councillors that didn't sign it. I didn't address this last time in terms of why I didn't sign it. And the reason I didn't sign the pledge is I couldn't work out how to cost it. So, and broadly supported, and I would say of all the people that asked me to sign a pledge, that group was by far the most persistent. I think it was 3 phone calls, direct messages on Facebook, emails. They wanted me to be under no omissions that I hadn't missed their email and that I wasn't signing it. And I said to them at the time is I need to be, if I'm signing something, I need to be sure that it can be delivered and I can cost it. And I couldn't cost it the same way I couldn't cost the progressive Port Phillip commitments that they were asking candidates to undertake at the time, and I refused to sign that one as well. No different from the traders' associations and representatives at the South Melbourne markets that wanted me to sign commitments on their behalf because I don't think I supported what they was saying, but I don't think I had the ability to cost what they were suggesting, or I didn't support the cost that it was going to take. That should in no way be granted as not supporting any group, and particularly the advocacy of these people that are behind these groups here who do pretty much a terrific job. I would say in the past 2 weeks I've been heartened by the comments and lobbying from various groups who's been nothing but respectful, particularly the Pride lobby, who has sent factual information to me and been very open and supportive and more than welcoming to have conversations around what my point of view was, where I was coming from, and to put their point of view in a very respectful fashion. So, and I thank them for doing that. Under no circumstances have I received any hateful correspondence or despairing correspondence. It's been of a respectful, factual nature, and I sincerely appreciate everyone that's done that. Probably the 10 or 15 emails that I've received over the past couple of weeks, and a few phone calls as well. I would be hypocritical if I supported this motion based on my stance this evening of how I'm viewing the budget and the budget position of council. This item wasn't considered fully as part of the budget process behind the scenes, and this motion will eventually probably include it to undergo a consultation process, but not probably more vigorously within council, but not through the council budget process itself, which is a public process that we endorse tonight. So the items that are in the budget that have been voted on and included in tonight's budget, councillors, goes out for consultation, and we receive that consultation back. This item isn't included in there. So a report will come back to councillors. Councillors will be more informed on this $200,000 spend or thereabouts or whatever it comes out to be than any other item probably in the budget. That is a good thing, but the key missing component is obviously the consultation of how this item should compete with other items in the budget process. And it's something I was labouring the point on before, is we have finite number of resources and a large amount of need that has problems to be solved with those resources. And every item within our budget must compete for resources on a reasonably level footing and an equal footing, including this. So by not supporting this motion here this evening, in no way should that be interpreted that I don't support this community, the people that back these pledges, the councillors that supported those pledges, and the tasks that are outlined here. But I just don't support the way we're going about this in terms of basic due process through a budget process. As I said last time, every councillor has the right to bring a notice of motion to council that requests resources and even changes the priorities of council over time. A year from now, 6 months from now, 2 years from now, I'm sure all of us in some way, shape or form will do that because circumstances change. But if this was a priority and 8 councillors signed this pledge, it should have been included in the council budget process, and it should be included in the draft council budget that's going out to consideration for people tonight, not being brought to council unilaterally as a notice of motion by a single councillor. That stance hasn't materially changed in the last 2 weeks, albeit you may now have some more context around my decision-making around how I was signing off pledges during the election campaign and how that's probably reflective of my vote here this evening. This council has a proud history of supporting the commitment to the Pride Centre, the Pride March and the community more generally. That won't change regardless of how this motion is voted on here this evening and whether or not the resources are allocated to these items. The City of Port Phillip bats well above the vast majority of councils, local governments or governments in this nation, and that's something, councillors, you should all be very proud of. I understand Councillor Baxter's point of saying we have a leadership position, and we do, and I am sure if this took place we would strengthen that leadership position. There is no doubt about that. It's just where this sits in the priorities of budget positions and how this competes against things like, I'll say it again, the Caring Mums program, which is a small fraction of the investment of what this is, and will save, has evidence that will save lives, as well as I'm sure some of these items here will, but they need to compete against each other. And that's how councillors should be making decisions. So again, there's my justification for not supporting the motion here this evening. But I wish you all the very best, Councillor Copsey, and thank you for bringing it to council again. Well, you didn't really bring it, but thanks for talking about it again this evening. Thank you.
Would anyone else like to speak to the motion? Councillor Bond. Councillor Bond.
Thank you. I'd also like to thank Councillor Copsey for bringing this. It's one of those dotting the I's, crossing the T's. There's been so much going on the last year, and when this pledge was signed to where we are now, that it was missed, and it's pretty disappointing. 8 people missed it, and you picked it up, so thank you. I'd like to ask a clarifying question following from Councillor Pearl. Would someone be able to move another amendment to add a line addressing putting this into community consultation in the council plan process? Is that... I guess the question is, this notice of motion, what we're talking about now, can it then go out to be part of the the council plan consultation, so that what Councillor Pearl has just raised is addressed? It's been discussed, even though it's not maybe a budget aspect to it. community aspect?
Let me seek advice on this one.
Through you, Mayor, I think the question is, can another amendment be moved if a councillor, and who can move it, given people have already spoken to the substantive? Yes? Some people can move it still, if they so wish. Kirsty, do you want to...
Okay, so to clarify, Councillor Consolo, you can move the amendment if you wish at this point in the process, but we would need to just figure out what we'd have to craft it as on the go.
I can try and probably assist with that.
So the suggestion from governance is that perhaps we could amend to it go out as alongside the budget, because we have just endorsed that section of the budget, so it could go out alongside as part of the process of being consulted on broadly. Would that...
Okay, clarifying question. The intent of what I'm suggesting would be that in 2 months' time, when we get to the final discussion, that it's not then thrown back saying, but we didn't consult with the community. So I need to understand if what I'm proposing is helping with that or just adding more to tonight.
Can we just take a 5-minute break? I think that's the best thing. Everyone would love a 5-minute break, so we can just...
I think they're just wording it up here.
Oh, they're wording it now.
Behind you, Mayor. So...
Right, we're trying to propose something here.
If you wanted to move this amendment, through you, Mayor, Councillor Consolo, you'd just add an additional amendment, which would be a 1.7 as being worded now.
Just a clarifying question.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
How would you do that if you don't have a budget number?
Sorry, Councillor, can you repeat that?
How would you complete this if you don't have a budget number for the item?
It's consulting on the proposed program of work rather than the cost of it. I think that's what's been put up there, but I'll just clarify. Maybe we just have a 2-minute break, Mayor.
Yeah, let's have a 2-minute break, and Councillor Consolo, let's come over and have a consult. So, Councillor Consolo, what's your decision around this possible amendment?
After receiving advice, thank you for everyone participating in that. I will not seek to move this. Thank you.
Okay, so we will be returning to the substantive motion, and I believe... Who hasn't spoken? Sorry, I've really lost track now. I know I haven't spoken. I don't believe Councillor Sirikoff has spoken to the main motion. Sorry, Kirsty.
Maybe who else would like to speak?
Councillor Bond also hasn't spoken.
Correct, through you, Mayor, on my record. Councillors that have spoken to the motion, Councillors Copsey, Baxter, Consultor has moved an amendment initially. Councillors Martin, Pearl and again Councillor Consolo.
Did Councillor Pearl speak? Councillor Pearl spoke as well. So there's the opportunity for Councillor Clark, Councillor Bond. Well, Councillor Bond, you go next. Thank you.
I was going to say, like, I guess a bit, I think Councillor Pearl summed up some of my thoughts quite well. we already have a very good idea of what this is going to cost, in the order of $250,000, give or take, and the work in 1.1 will come back and tell us that figure. Ideally, that should have been considered as part of the budget process. Whilst we were putting together the budget over the last few months, and like the two other items brought along earlier tonight, it should have been considered back then and not put in here tonight once we thought we already had a budget finalised. This in no way should reflect on anyone in this organisation's commitment to ensuring we have a safe workplace for everyone, including the LGBTI community. I think no one does more than this municipality for the LGBTI community than the City of Port Phillip, with our commitment to the Pride Centre of some $13 million, our annual hosting of the Pride March, our Rainbow Road, which could do with a really good wash at the moment. I've said that a couple of times, but hopefully we get around to it before the Pride Centre opens. But like I said last time when I spoke to this, I just think we cannot justify the cost of this. It is a very large amount. I still wonder why every other council in the state seems to be able to do this without spending $250,000, yet the City of Port Phillip has to commit resources of that order in order for us to achieve the same thing every other council appears to be doing as business as usual. So on the basis of cost, I won't be supporting this motion, just like happened last time, on the basis of cost.
Would any other councillor like to speak to the motion? No, I'm going to speak quickly. Sorry, I'm going to speak quickly. The great news is we have a surplus, and that's what it's there for. And we set a budget every year, and it's a guideline. But we all know, having previously been on council, that there will be many things that will come to us. There will be issues that arise, there'll be conditions that change, there will need to be changes to the budget, and there'll be things that we'll need to fund. So this is our starting point. It's a clear starting point, but we know that we will need to be agile and flexible as every year and fund things that we didn't expect or that we thought we could do later or wouldn't cost as much. South Melbourne Lifesaving Club motions that are brought, like a Rainbow Road, wasn't budgeted for originally. There's always new costs and issues and things or projects that we need to consider. And that's the great thing of being on council. It's never a dull moment. I want to also just restate that we don't actually know the costs. There has not been opportunity for officers to really look at the programs and how it can be incorporated into that and what that can mean in terms of officer time, flexibility on some of the other things that we have highlighted. We haven't got that report. We don't actually know. And also we might get some options of staging it. We just don't have that information. And we talk about process all the time, but there is a process. We do a budget. Community always brings us budget bids, and often we accept some of them in the past. So it will be a slightly different budget when we finally get to it in June. So there will be changes, and that's part of the process. That's why we go out to consultation. And we also have quarterly financial reports where new costs are brought to us and we make more decisions around what needs to be spent or covered.
Point of order, Madam Mayor.
What's the point of order?
I don't mind being received. Just speaking in relation to the motion itself, speaking to the motion.
I'm talking about the process for spending
You're talking
money
about a budget
to consider.
process, not the motion.
What's the point of order then? this is a process. This is about process.
Section 37, please, Madam Mayor. Debate must be relevant to the motion.
Learning lots of things as I go. I've taken your point of order and I have considered your comments and I have allowed everyone else to discuss process and money the whole way through in regards to this motion. So I will speak to the motion, but I'm allowing my comments. So the other thing about this motion that we are bringing, it's all about health and well-being of a certain group in our community. A group that brings a great amount of economic benefit and spend in our community because we have been so queer-friendly, provided, you know, there's been opportunities for people. We have the Pride March that brings lots of money into our municipality by supporting and acknowledging and accepting and valuing this community. So we are talking about that next step. And I keep thinking, and I looked up the lyrics to, there's a song in Rent called Seasons of Love, and it says 5,000, however many minutes. How do you measure a year? Is it in coffees? Is it in sunsets? Is it in, well, how about love? And I feel like we're kind of missing, we're talking about processes and budgets, and yes, we have to be reasonable, but we're actually talking about love and acceptance and what this could mean to a certain part of this community. And I think that's what I want to get back to. I keep thinking also, you know, we keep saying we've done so much and we've gone, you know, we've gone so far. Well, we have, great, but there's further to go. And it's just when I keep thinking about gender equity, which the state government has legislated we have to do a gender equity program. Because yes, women have come a long way. We've got a lot more rights, but we ain't there yet. We ain't got it all right in regards to lots of different groups within our community, the Jewish community, our multicultural community, our older community, our younger community. There's more to do. There's always more to do. Inclusion doesn't stop. It's not a point you reach. And it makes us a better community, the more inclusive we are and the more considerate, because we only have our own perspective. So we only see the world this way. We don't notice the bits that affect other people in other ways until we're made more aware, and actually looking through our organisation and looking for those points is actually a really good thing, because by being more considerate to a certain group, we actually become more considerate to all groups. So I'm very happy to support this motion, because let's measure it not in dollars and cents, but in actually it's about love and acceptance and making it just that little bit better or a lot better. We don't actually know what the program will deliver or unearth, but let's measure it in valuing that part of our community and saying to them, yeah, we hear you and we want to do better. And let's look, because again, this is all about looking at that program of works of how we can do work better. And we might string it out over 10 years, one bit by one bit, but let's at least make the commitment to find that out and acknowledge a really big part of our community who's the Pride Centre, which we're going to be part of opening in a few weeks' time. Let's say to them, yeah, great, we've got this far, let's together take the next step. And there's huge economic benefits for doing it. If we still continue to be leaders, if we want to, okay, let's bring it back to money. If we want to be leaders in this space, it actually will have economic benefit for our community. But I actually I don't really want to focus on that because it's about love. In the end, it's about love. And I really hope that you support this motion. Councillor Copsey, unless there's any last speakers to the motion. Councillor Copsey.
Thank you, Mayor. It's 525,600 minutes, which seems appropriate for this council meeting tonight, but we've had a lot of important things to discuss this evening, so I thank everybody for their contributions to the debate. I will just briefly address some of the things that have been raised, which, we did speak about 2 weeks ago, pointing out that this is a motion requesting the CEO to develop and bring back to Council a costed program of work. So I know a lot of people are throwing the costs around and making estimates, but as we've seen, until we get proper advice, don't actually know what that figure is going to be. And I appreciate all of the work that the officers are doing behind the scenes on all of our program of work for this period of time. And I look forward to receiving that report so we can actually know what we're talking about and how it integrates into the broader work that we are looking to undertake in the inclusion and diversity space. So please, councillors, rather than bringing up objections around this sort of thing, I would ask you to vote on the motion as it is before you. There have been a lot of comments around process tonight. I want to thank the councillors who have taken a stand and fought for an item that they believe is really important for their community tonight. It's an ongoing process when we sit in this chamber. We are every week considering the things that are important to our community. The council plan and budget is one big process that we undertake, but I brought this motion in what seems to me now to have been quite a naive belief that this would be something that the majority of councillors would say, yes, great. I remember wanting to explore that and let's get the report. I still am hopeful that when this vote is taken we will see more councillors vote in support of it than have spoken so far in debate tonight, given what the motion actually asks for. However, I do just hope that we see this work commenced. It is really important work. It is valuable work for our community. The advisory committee is going to be a great source of information and ideas and flow through to the community. I note some of the comments that have been made around other inclusion activities that we need to undertake, and that there are probably other voices that we would like to hear more from through advisory committee schemes. This is one that I believe we should get on with straight away. I know that as the Pride lobby has pointed out in some of the commentary that's ensued over the last 2 weeks, there is huge scope for this LGBTI advisory committee to actually inform some of the economic recovery work and revitalisation work, some of the works we're doing in the arts space. So I'm really looking forward to all of the positive feedback that's going to come through there, not just what we can do to be more inclusive, but how we can harness that wonderful input in order to address some of the other important priorities of council. We've talked a lot tonight about the fact that we're going through a difficult time and our community is going through a difficult time. And so what I really want to make sure is I think it's going to be vital over the next few years that council continues to invest in our services and continues to provide those to the community in a manner that meets our community's needs. And something I'm very, very aware of is I want everybody in our community, no matter their gender identity, their sexuality, to feel that they're comfortable approaching council services. I'm so proud that we now have an aged care service that is Rainbow Tick accredited. It means that people, elders in our community who are faced with the prospect of going into care can know that they will live in a place that actually respects their full identity, where they'll be embraced, celebrated, and can have a really great quality of life that sees them as the whole person that they are. I want all of our services to meet that high threshold. I think it's a standard worth setting and worth meeting. So I really look forward to seeing this work, a report come back, how we get there. But what I ultimately want to feel confident is that Rainbow Family accessing our childcare services is going to feel like they're welcomed and they belong, and that they have confidence that the people that they're going to be dealing with there are really highly trained and will be responsive to their needs. I want young people in our community who might be going through issues relating to sexuality or gender identity to feel that they can come to our youth programs and feel confident that they are going to be embraced in their full selves. It's going to be life-changing for some people who need access to those services, and I have no doubt that we do a really great job in this space. But as has been eloquently said before, I think we can always do better, and I think we should seek to do better. So there are real practical consequences and benefits for our community from this motion. I want us to get on with this work so that we can get there sooner rather than later. And I thank Councillor Consultor for putting the amendment tonight, which gives us a better time frame around when we'll be able to make this decision and commence the work. And I would urge all councillors to vote for this motion tonight. Thank you.
So I'm going to put that to the vote. All those in favour? That motion has passed.
Can I request a division, please?
So all those in favour, Councillor Baxter, Councillor Consollo, Councillor Crawford, Councillor Copsey, Councillor Martin. All those against, Councillor Bond, Councillor Sirikoff, Councillor Pearl, Councillor Clark. Let's move on. We are to item, reports by council delegates. Councillors, am I cheeky to say at this very late point in the night, have any council delegate reports that we wish to share quickly? No, great. 17 is urgent business. Councillors, do we have any items of urgent business that I'm unaware of? And having no confidential matters tonight, that is the end. So there's no further business. I declare the meeting closed. Thank you everyone for your patience.